Two Treatises of Government. By John Locke. Modern American English Translation, 2023. Salus Populi Suprema lex Esto is a Latin phrase that can be translated to English as "let the welfare of the people be the supreme law." Two Treatises of Government. In the former, the false principles and foundation of Sir Robert Filmer and his followers are detected and overthrown. The latter is an essay concerning the true original extent and end of civil government. 1764 Editor's Note. The present edition of this book has not only been collated with the first three editions, which were published during the author's life, but also has the advantage of his last corrections and improvements, from a copy delivered by him to Mr. Peter Coste, communicated to the editor, and now lodged in Christ College, Cambridge. Preface. Reader, here you have the beginning and end of a discourse concerning government. I will not bother you with the fate of the missing papers that should have filled up the middle, as they are not worth mentioning. The remaining papers, I hope, are sufficient to establish the throne of our great restorer, our present King William. They support his title, based on the consent of the people, which he has more fully and clearly than any prince in Christendom. They also justify the people of England, whose love for their just and natural rights, along with their determination to preserve them, saved the nation from slavery and ruin. If these papers provide the evidence that I believe they do, then the loss of the missing papers is not significant. My reader can be satisfied without them. I do not have the time or inclination to repeat my efforts and fill in the missing part of my answer by rehashing Sir Robert's convoluted arguments. The king and the majority of the nation have already refuted his hypothesis so thoroughly that I doubt anyone in the future will have the audacity to oppose our common safety and advocate for slavery. Nor will anyone be foolish enough to be deceived by contradictions dressed up in a popular style and well-crafted phrases. If anyone is willing to take the time to examine the parts of Sir Robert's work that I have not addressed, he will quickly realize that there is an abundance of nonsensical rhetoric presented in eloquent English. I would not speak so plainly about a gentleman who is long gone if it were not for the fact that his doctrine has been publicly embraced by the pulpit in recent years, becoming the prevailing theology of our time. It is necessary to openly expose these men, who, by assuming the role of teachers, have dangerously misled others. They must be made aware of the authority of this patriarch whom they have blindly followed. They should either retract their ill-founded assertions, which cannot be maintained, or justify the principles they preached as gospel, even though their only source was an English courtier. I would not have written against Sir Robert or taken the trouble to demonstrate his mistakes, inconsistencies, and lack of scriptural evidence, which he boasts of and claims to rely on entirely, if there were not people among us who, by praising his books and embracing his doctrine, save me from the reproach of opposing a deceased adversary. These individuals have been so zealous in their support that if I have done Sir Robert any injustice, I cannot expect them to show me any mercy. I hope that those who have done harm to the truth and the public will be just as eager to correct their mistakes and give due consideration to the following reflection: there is no greater harm to prince and people than spreading false notions about government. Let us put an end to the ecclesiastical drumbeat that has caused so much damage throughout history. If anyone genuinely concerned with truth undertakes to refute my hypothesis, I promise to either recant my mistake upon fair conviction or answer their difficulties. However, they must remember two things. First, nitpicking at certain expressions or minor details in my discourse is not a valid response to my book. Second, I will not engage in a debate fueled by insults, nor will I consider either of these tactics worthy of my attention. However, I will always feel obligated to provide satisfaction to anyone who genuinely raises conscientious objections and presents valid grounds for their doubts. I have nothing more to add except to inform the reader that observations refers to my observations on Hobbes, Milton, etc., and that a bare quotation of pages always refers to pages from Sir Robert's Patriarcha, edition 1680. Facilitator Addition, September 21, 2023. Influence on American Founders. First Treatise of Government, 1680 to 1682. John Locke composed the First Treatise of Government between 1680 and 1682. This work is a meticulous legal critique of the prevailing doctrine of the divine right of kings, which claimed that political authority derived from a patriarchal lineage originating with Adam. Locke deconstructed this theory, highlighting its lack of credible historical and legal evidence. He also introduced the concept of a state of nature, a foundational jurisprudential construct, to argue for the existence of inherent natural rights. These rights, analogous to legal rights, included the right to self-preservation, freedom from arbitrary interference, and property rights. The first treatise, a powerful legal argument against the divine right theory, was published separately. Second Treatise of Government, 1680 to 1682. During the same period, between 1680 and 1682, John Locke penned the Second Treatise of Government. In this work, Locke further developed his legal framework for legitimate government. He argued that government arises from a social contract, a legally binding agreement between individuals in the state of nature who voluntarily come together to form a civil society. In legal terms, this represents a constitutional compact, where the government's role is to protect the legal rights of its citizens, particularly property rights. Locke emphasized the principle of limited government, similar to the separation of powers in legal doctrine, to prevent the abuse of power and protect individual rights. Like the first treatise, the second treatise was published separately. Both treatises were eventually published together in 1690 under the title Two Treatises of Government. The publication of these treatises as a single volume marked an important moment in the development of political philosophy and legal theory. Locke's ideas on natural rights, consent-based government, and limited government had a profound influence on the Enlightenment era and played a significant role in shaping modern democratic and constitutional thought. John Locke's Two Treatises of Government had a profound and lasting influence on the development of the United States of America and its founders. To understand this influence, let's first summarize how Locke's ideas impacted key American founders and the subsequent development of the American government. 1. Influence on American founders ***. Thomas Jefferson, one of the primary authors of the Declaration of Independence, was heavily influenced by John Locke. Locke's concept of natural rights, particularly the rights to life, liberty, and property, which Jefferson adapted to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, served as the philosophical foundation for the Declaration's assertion that all individuals are endowed with these unalienable rights. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, James Madison drew upon Locke's ideas in his framing of the U.S. Constitution. Locke's theories on the separation of powers and the need for checks and balances to prevent the abuse of government authority strongly influenced Madison's thinking. This influence is evident in the structure and principles of the Constitution, including the division of powers among the legislative, executive, and judicial branches. John Adams, another prominent founding father, John Adams, was an advocate for the rule of law and individual rights. He appreciated Locke's emphasis on limited government and the consent of the governed, which are reflected in his contributions to the early American political landscape. 2. Impact on the development of American government ***. Individual rights. He appreciated Locke's emphasis on limited government and the consent of the governed, which are reflected in his contributions to the early American political. Locke's ideas, as articulated in the two treatises, played a pivotal role in shaping the American concept of government. They provided a theoretical basis for the American Revolution and the subsequent formation of a new nation. The Declaration of Independence, authored primarily by Thomas Jefferson, invoked Locke's ideas when asserting that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed and can be overthrown when they fail to protect the natural rights of citizens. The U.S. Constitution, written by the Constitutional Convention in 1787, drew upon Locke's theories of limited government, the social contract, and the separation of powers. These principles are embedded in the Constitution's design and the Bill of Rights, protecting individual liberties. The concept of property rights and the protection of private property, advocated by Locke, influenced the development of American economic and legal systems, fostering a culture of entrepreneurship and individualism. The name America is derived from the Latinized version of the name of the Italian explorer and cartographer Amerigo Vespucci. Amerigo Vespucci was born in 1454 in Florence, Italy, and he made several voyages to the New World during the late 15th and early 16th centuries. The name America was popularized through a book published in 1507 titled Cosmographie Introductio, which was authored by the German cartographer Martin Waldseemüller. In this book, Waldseemüller suggested that the newly discovered lands in the Western Hemisphere, previously thought to be part of Asia, should be named America in honor of Amerigo Vespucci, who had explored and described these lands. Waldseemüller's suggestion gained traction, and the name America was eventually used to refer to the entire continent. Over time, it became the accepted name for the continents of North and South America. While the name America is widely used today, it's important to note that indigenous peoples had inhabited the continents for thousands of years before European exploration and the application of this name. Chapter 1. An essay concerning the true original, extent, and end of civil government. Section 1. In the preceding discourse, it has been shown that Adam did not have, by natural right or by divine donation, any authority over his children or dominion over the world, as some claim. Even if he had such authority, his heirs would not have had a right to it. Furthermore, even if his heirs did have a right, there is no natural or divine law that determines who is the rightful heir in all possible cases. Therefore, the right of succession and the right to rule could not have been definitively established. Section 2. If even the knowledge of the eldest line of Adam's posterity had been determined, it has long been lost. In the races of mankind and families of the world, there is no claim to be the eldest house and have the right of inheritance. Therefore, it is impossible for the rulers on earth to derive any authority from Adam's private dominion and paternal jurisdiction. If we do not want to believe that all government is the result of force and violence, and that men live by the rules of beasts, where the strongest prevail, we must find another origin of government and another way of identifying those who possess it. Section 3. To understand political power and its origin, we must consider the state that all men are naturally in. This state is one of perfect freedom to act and dispose of their possessions and persons as they see fit, within the bounds of the law of nature. It is also a state of equality, where all power and jurisdiction are reciprocal, with no one having more than another. Unless a manifest declaration of will from a lord and master sets one person above another and confers an undisputed right to dominion and sovereignty, there should be no subordination or subjection. Chapter 2. State of Nature. Section 1. This natural equality of men is the foundation of mutual love and the obligations we owe to one another. It is from this equality that the principles of justice and charity derive. However, this state of liberty is not a state of license. While man has the liberty to dispose of his person and possessions, he does not have the liberty to destroy himself or any creature in his possession without a nobler purpose than mere preservation. Section 2. The state of nature is governed by a law of nature that obliges everyone. Reason, which is that law, teaches us that as equal and independent beings, we should not harm another in their life, health, liberty, or possessions. We are all the workmanship of one omnipotent and infinitely wise Maker, the servants of one sovereign Master. We are his property, made to last during his pleasure, not for the pleasure of one another. As beings with similar faculties and a shared community of nature, there is no subordination among us that would authorize us to destroy one another as if we were made for each other's uses, like the inferior ranks of creatures are for ours. Section 3. Every individual has a responsibility to preserve themselves and not willingly abandon their position. Similarly, when one's own preservation is not at stake, they should do their best to protect the rest of humanity. Unless it is to administer justice to an offender, no one should take away or harm another person's life, liberty, health, limbs, or belongings. Section 4. the right to punish in order to prevent individuals from infringing upon the rights of others and causing harm, and to uphold the law of nature, which promotes peace and the preservation of all mankind. Every person is empowered to enforce the law of nature. This means that everyone has the right to punish those who violate this law to a degree that deters further violations. Without individuals having the power to execute this law in the state of nature, the law itself would be futile, as it would fail to protect the innocent and restrain wrongdoers. If one person can punish another for their wrongdoing in the state of nature, then everyone has that same right. In a state of perfect equality, where there is no inherent superiority or jurisdiction of one person over another, whatever actions are taken to uphold the law are accessible to all. Section 5. The right to punish and the law of nature. I understand that this may be a controversial doctrine for some. However, before passing judgment, I ask those who oppose it to explain by what authority any prince or state can execute or punish a foreigner for a crime committed within their territory. It is clear that their laws, which derive their validity from the legislative will of the community, do not extend to strangers. These laws do not apply to them, and even if they did, strangers are not obligated to obey them. The legislative authority that enforces these laws over the citizens of a commonwealth does not possess power over foreigners. Those who hold supreme power in making laws in countries like England, France, or Holland are no different to an Indian than any other person in the world. They lack authority. Therefore, if it is not a natural right for every person to punish offenses against the law of nature as they deem fit, I fail to see how the authorities in any community can punish a foreigner from another country. In relation to that foreigner, they have no more power than any individual naturally possesses over another. Section 6. Punishment and reparation. Apart from the crime of violating the law and deviating from the rational principles that define human nature, which signifies a degeneration and the emergence of a harmful individual, there is usually harm inflicted upon another person. In such cases, the person who has suffered harm, in addition to having the right to punish the offender like any other individual, also has the specific right to seek compensation from the wrongdoer. Any other person who believes it to be just may also join the injured party and assist in obtaining reparation for the damage they have suffered. Section 7. The role of the magistrate. From these two distinct rights, the right to punish for the sake of restraint and prevention, which belongs to everyone, and the right to seek reparation, which belongs solely to the injured party, it follows that the magistrate, who possesses the general right to punish as a result of their position, often has the authority to pardon criminal offenses when the public good does not necessitate the execution of the law. However, the magistrate cannot pardon the satisfaction owed to any private individual for the harm they have endured. Only the person who has suffered the damage has the power to demand reparation in their own name, and they alone can grant forgiveness. The injured party has the power to appropriate the goods or services of the offender as an act of self-preservation, just as every person has the power to punish a crime and prevent its recurrence in order to preserve all of humanity. It is for this reason that every individual, in the state of nature, has the power to kill a murderer. This serves to deter others from committing similar acts, as no reparation can compensate for such an injury. It also ensures the safety of individuals against the attempts of a criminal who, by renouncing reason and violating the common rule and measure established by God for mankind, has declared war against all of humanity. Consequently, they may be destroyed like a lion or a tiger, one of those wild and savage beasts with whom mankind cannot coexist or find security. This is the foundation for the great law of nature: whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. And Cain was so fully convinced that everyone had the right to punish such a criminal, that after he murdered his brother, he exclaimed, "Anyone who finds me shall kill me." This belief was deeply ingrained in the hearts of all mankind. By the same reasoning, a person in a state of nature can punish lesser violations of that law. You might ask, with death? My answer is that each transgression can be punished to that extent, and with enough severity, to make it a regrettable choice for the offender, causing them to repent and deterring others from doing the same. Every offense that can be committed in a state of nature can be punished equally and to the same extent as in a commonwealth. While it is not my intention to go into the specifics of the law of nature or its measures of punishment, it is certain that such a law exists. It is just as understandable and clear to a rational creature and a student of that law as the positive laws of commonwealths, and possibly even more so. Reason is easier to comprehend than the whims and complex schemes of men, which are driven by conflicting and hidden interests. This is true for a significant portion of the laws of countries, which are only considered right when they are based on the law of nature and are regulated and interpreted accordingly. To this peculiar doctrine, that in a state of nature everyone has the power to enforce the law of nature, it will undoubtedly be objected that it is unreasonable for individuals to be judges in their own cases. Self-interest will make people biased towards themselves and their friends, while ill nature, passion, and revenge will lead them to excessively punish others. This will inevitably result in confusion and disorder. Therefore, it is argued that God has appointed government to restrain the partiality and violence of men. I readily admit that civil government is the appropriate solution for the inconveniences of the state of nature, which must undoubtedly be significant if individuals can be judges in their own cases. It is easy to imagine that someone who is unjust enough to harm their brother will hardly be just enough to condemn themselves for it. However, I would ask those who make this objection to consider that absolute monarchs are also human beings. If government is the remedy for the evils that arise from individuals being judges in their own cases, and the state of nature is therefore intolerable, then what kind of government is it that is better than the state of nature? In this government, one person, commanding a multitude, has the freedom to be the judge in their own case and can do whatever they please to their subjects without anyone having the liberty to question or control those who execute their will. Whatever actions this ruler takes, whether guided by reason, mistake, or passion, must be submitted to. It is much better in a state of nature, where individuals are not obligated to submit to the unjust will of another. If the judge makes an incorrect decision in their own case or any other case, they are accountable to the rest of mankind. It is often asked as a significant objection, where are, or have there ever been, any men in such a state of nature? As a current response, it is sufficient to note that since all princes and rulers of independent governments throughout the world are in a state of nature, it is clear that the world has never been, and never will be, without numerous men in that state. I am referring to all governors of independent communities, whether they are in league with others or not. Not every agreement puts an end to the state of nature between men, but only the agreement to mutually enter into one community and form one political body. Other promises and agreements that men make with each other can still leave them in a state of nature. The promises and agreements for trade, etc., between two men on a desert island, as mentioned by Garcilaso de la Vega in his History of Peru, or between a Swiss and an Indian in the woods of America, are binding to them, even though they are completely in a state of nature in relation to each other. Truth and keeping one's word apply to men as individuals, not just as members of society. To those who claim that there have never been any men in a state of nature, I not only counter with the authority of the insightful Hooker, who states in his book Ecclesiastical Polity that the laws of nature bind men absolutely, even when they have no established fellowship or solemn agreement on what to do or not to do. I also affirm that all men are naturally in that state and remain so until they willingly become members of a political society through their own consent. I have no doubt that I will make this very clear in the subsequent parts of this discourse. Chapter 3. State of War. Section 1. The state of war is a state of hostility and destruction. Therefore, when someone declares, through words or actions, a deliberate intention to take another person's life, they enter into a state of war with that person. By doing so, they expose their own life to the power of the other person, who may take it away, along with anyone who joins in their defense. It is reasonable and justifiable to destroy that which threatens one's own destruction. According to the fundamental law of nature, the preservation of innocent life is prioritized. Thus, one may kill a person who wages war against them or shows enmity towards their existence, just as one may kill a wolf or a lion. These individuals are not bound by the common law of reason, they follow only the rule of force and violence. Therefore, they can be treated as predatory beasts who pose a danger and will surely destroy the person when they have the opportunity. Section 2. Consequently, anyone who attempts to gain absolute power over another person puts themselves in a state of war with that person. This act can be understood as a declaration of intent to take their life. It is reasonable to conclude that someone who seeks to have complete control over another person without their consent would use them as they please and destroy them at will. No one desires to have absolute power over another person unless it is to force them into actions that infringe upon their freedom and make them a slave. Being free from such force is the only way to ensure one's preservation. Therefore, one must regard anyone who attempts to enslave them as an enemy in a state of war. Section 3. This justifies the killing of a thief who has not harmed or declared any intention to harm another person, but uses force to gain power over them in order to take their possessions. When someone uses force without any right to gain power over another person, regardless of their pretense, there is no reason to believe that they would not take away everything else once they have the person in their control. Therefore, it is lawful to treat such a person as an aggressor in a state of war and kill them if possible. They have willingly exposed themselves to this risk by introducing a state of war. Section 4. This clearly distinguishes between the state of nature and the state of war, which some individuals have mistakenly conflated. These states are as different as a state of peace, goodwill, mutual assistance, and preservation is from a state of enmity, malice, violence, and mutual destruction. The state of nature refers to people living together according to reason, without a common authority to judge between them. On the other hand, the state of war is characterized by force or a declared intention to use force against another person, where there is no common authority to appeal to for relief. Even in society, a person has the right to engage in war against an aggressor if there is no common authority to appeal to. For example, if a thief steals all of a person's belongings and the law cannot provide immediate protection for their life, which cannot be repaired if lost, the person may kill the thief when they attempt to rob them of their horse or coat. The law, which exists to preserve life, permits self-defense and the right to engage in war when there is no time to appeal to a common judge or the law for a remedy in a situation where the harm may be irreparable. The absence of a common judge with authority places all individuals in a state of nature, while force without right upon a person's body creates a state of war, regardless of the presence or absence of a common judge. Section 5. Once the actual force is over, the state of war ceases between individuals in society who are equally subject to the fair determination of the law. At this point, there is the opportunity for appeal to address past injuries and prevent future harm. However, in the state of nature, where positive laws and judges with authority to appeal to are lacking, the state of war continues. In this case, the innocent party has the right to destroy the aggressor whenever possible until the aggressor offers peace and seeks reconciliation on terms that rectify any past wrongs and ensure the safety of the innocent. Moreover, if there is an appeal to the law and constituted judges, but justice is perverted and laws are twisted to protect or indemnify the violence or injuries inflicted by certain individuals or groups, it is difficult to imagine anything other than a state of war. Whenever violence is used and injury is done, even if carried out by individuals appointed to administer justice, it is still violence and injury, regardless of the name, pretenses, or forms of law. The purpose of law is to protect and redress the innocent by applying it impartially to all who are under its authority. When this is not done in good faith, war is waged against the victims, who have no earthly authority to seek justice and are left with no remedy except an appeal to a higher power. Section 6. Avoiding conflict and the role of authority to avoid the constant state of war, where there is no authority to settle disputes and every small difference can escalate, is one of the main reasons why people form societies and leave the state of nature. When there is a governing authority on earth that can provide relief through appeals, the continuation of the state of war is prevented and conflicts can be resolved. If there had been a court or superior jurisdiction on earth to decide the dispute between Jephthah and the Ammonites, they would have never reached a state of war. However, Jephthah was forced to appeal to heaven for judgment. In such cases, where the question is who shall be the judge, it does not refer to who will decide the dispute. As Jephthah tells us, the Lord shall be the judge. When there is no judge on earth, the appeal is made to God in heaven. The question then is not who shall judge whether someone has entered into a state of war with me, and whether I can appeal to heaven, as Jephthah did. That can only be determined by my own conscience, and I will answer for it on the day of judgment before the supreme judge of all men. Chapter 4. Slavery. Section 1. The concept of natural liberty. The natural liberty of man is to be free from any superior power on earth and not be subject to the will or legislative authority of another human being. Instead, the rule of law should be based on the law of nature. In a society, the liberty of man is to be governed only by the legislative power established by consent in the Commonwealth. Man should not be under the dominion or restraint of any law other than what is enacted by that legislative power. Therefore, freedom is not the unrestricted ability to do as one pleases without any laws. Rather, freedom under government means having a set of rules that apply to everyone in the society, created by the legislative power, and allowing individuals to follow their own will when the rules do not prescribe otherwise. It means not being subject to the unpredictable, unknown, and arbitrary will of another person. This concept of freedom is similar to the freedom of nature, which is being subject only to the law of nature. Section 2. The inseparable connection between freedom and preservation. The freedom from absolute and arbitrary power is essential for a person's preservation, and the two are closely intertwined. A person cannot give up this freedom without forfeiting their preservation and life. By their own consent or through a contract, a person cannot enslave themselves or subject themselves to the absolute and arbitrary power of another to take their life whenever they please. One cannot give more power than they possess themselves, and if a person cannot take away their own life, they cannot give someone else power over it. However, if a person has committed an act deserving death and has forfeited their own life, the person to whom they have forfeited it may delay taking it and make use of them for their own service without causing injury. When the hardship of slavery outweighs the value of life, the enslaved person has the power to resist their master and bring upon themselves the death they desire. Section 3. Slavery as a state of war. This perfect condition of slavery is nothing but a continued state of war between a lawful conqueror and a captive. Once a compact is made between them, establishing a limited power on one side and obedience on the other, the state of war and slavery cease as long as the compact remains. No one can transfer to another a power over their own life through an agreement. It is true that among the Jews and other nations, people would sell themselves, but it is evident that this was only for servitude, not slavery. The person sold was not under absolute, arbitrary, despotic power. The master did not have the power to kill them at any time, but was obligated to release them at a certain time. The master had no arbitrary power over their life and could not even maim them without setting them free, as stated in Exodus 21. Chapter 5. Property. Section 1. The right to property. Whether we consider natural reason or revelation, it is clear that every person has a right to their preservation, including access to food, drink, and other resources provided by nature. As King David states in Psalm 115 verse 16, God has given the earth to mankind, to the children of men, as a common possession. However, some find it difficult to understand how anyone can have property. It is not enough to argue that if it is difficult to establish property based on the assumption that God gave the world to Adam and his descendants in common, it is impossible for anyone other than a universal monarch to have property if God gave the world exclusively to Adam and his heirs, excluding the rest of his descendants. But I will try to explain how people can come to own parts of what God gave to mankind as a whole, without any formal agreement from everyone involved. Section 2. God, who has given the world to humanity as a whole, has also given them reason to use it for their benefit and convenience. The earth and everything in it are given to people to support and comfort their existence. While all the fruits and animals that the earth naturally produces belong to everyone, as they are created by nature itself, no one originally has exclusive ownership over them in their natural state. However, since they are given for human use, there must be a way to appropriate them before they can be of any use to any individual. For example, the fruit or meat that nourishes a wild Indian, who lives without any enclosures and shares everything in common with others, must become his own property before it can benefit him and support his life. Section 3. Although the earth and all its creatures are common to all people, each individual has ownership over their own body, which no one else has a right to. The labor of a person's body and the work of their hands can be considered their own. When someone takes something from its natural state, provided by nature, and mixes their labor with it, they have added something of their own to it and made it their property. By removing it from the common state it was in, their labor has given it a quality that excludes the common right of others. Since this labor belongs solely to the laborer, no one else can claim ownership over what has been joined to it, at least when there is enough left in common for others. Section 4. A person who is nourished by the acorns they picked up under an oak tree or the apples they gathered from the woods has certainly made those things their own. No one can deny that the nourishment belongs to them. So, when did those acorns or apples become their property? Was it when they digested them, or when they ate them, or when they cooked them, or when they brought them home, or when they picked them up? It is clear that if they did not become the person's property when they first gathered them, nothing else could make them so. The labor they put into acquiring those items created a distinction between them and the common state. Their labor added something to the items beyond what nature, the common mother of all, had done, and thus they became the person's private property. Can anyone argue that the person had no right to those acorns or apples they appropriated because they did not have the consent of all mankind to make them their own? Would it have been robbery for them to claim something that belonged to everyone in common? If such consent were necessary, humans would have starved, despite the abundance God had given them. We see in situations where land remains common by agreement that it is the act of taking a portion of what is common and removing it from its natural state that begins the process of ownership. This act does not depend on the explicit consent of all those who share in the common ownership. For example, the grass that my horse has eaten, the turf that my servant has cut, and the earth that I have dug in a place where I have a common right with others all become my property without the assignment or consent of anyone else. The labor that I exerted to remove them from their common state has established my ownership over them. Section 5. If explicit consent from every person sharing in the common ownership were necessary for someone to appropriate a portion of what is given in common, children or servants would not be able to eat the meat that their father or master had provided for them without assigning each person their specific portion. Although the water flowing in a fountain is available to everyone, there is no doubt that the water in a pitcher belongs only to the person who drew it out. Their labor has taken it from the common possession it had in nature, which belonged equally to all of nature's children, and has appropriated it for themselves. Section 6. This law of reason dictates that the deer killed by an Indian belongs to that Indian. It is considered their property because they have exerted their labor upon it, even though it was previously the common property of everyone. This original law of nature, which establishes ownership over what was previously common, still applies even among those considered the civilized part of humanity, who have created laws to determine property. By virtue of this law, any fish caught by someone in the ocean, which remains a common resource for humanity, or any ambergris found by someone, becomes their property through the labor that removes it from its common state. Even among us, the hare being chased by someone is considered their property during the pursuit. Although it is still viewed as a common animal and not anyone's private possession, whoever has exerted enough labor to find and pursue the hare has removed it from its natural state of common ownership and has begun to establish ownership over it. Section 7. Objections and boundaries of property. Some may argue that if gathering acorns or other fruits of the earth gives us a right to them, then anyone can hoard as much as they want. However, this is not the case. The same law of nature that grants us property also limits that property. God has provided us with abundant resources, as stated in 1 Timothy 6 verse 12, and this is confirmed by reason and inspiration. But how much has God given us? Enough to enjoy and use for our advantage in life before it spoils. Whatever exceeds this amount is more than our share and belongs to others. God did not create anything for us to spoil or destroy. Considering the abundance of natural provisions in the world and the scarcity of people who actually use them, there was little room for disputes or conflicts over established property rights. Section 8. Property and land. The main matter of property now is not just the fruits of the earth or the animals that depend on it, but the land itself. Whoever cultivates, improves, and can make use of the land and its products, that land becomes their property. Through their labor, they enclose it from the common. It does not invalidate their right to say that everyone else has an equal claim to it, and therefore they cannot appropriate or enclose it without the consent of all mankind. When God gave the world in common to all mankind, He also commanded man to labor and improve it for the benefit of life. By obeying this command and cultivating a part of the land, one annexes something that becomes their property, which others have no right to take away without causing harm. Section 9. No prejudice in appropriation. The act of appropriating a parcel of land through improvement does not harm anyone else, as there is still plenty of land left, and even better land that remains unclaimed. Therefore, there is never less available for others because of someone's enclosure for themselves. If someone drinks from a river, it doesn't harm another person who still has the whole river to quench their thirst. The same applies to land and water when there is enough for everyone. Section 10. Common land and labor. God gave the world to mankind in common, but He intended it to be used for their benefit and the conveniences of life that they could derive from it. It cannot be assumed that God meant for it to always remain common and uncultivated. He gave it for the use of the industrious and rational, and labor was the means by which they could claim ownership. It was not meant for the whims or greed of quarrelsome and contentious individuals. Those who had as much land left for improvement as was already taken up had no reason to complain or interfere with what others had already improved through their labor. If they did, it was clear that they desired the benefits of someone else's efforts, which they had no right to, rather than the land that God had given them to labor on. There was still plenty of unclaimed land, more than they knew what to do with or could reach through their own industry. Section 11. Common land and consent. In countries like England, where there is an abundance of people under a government with money and commerce, no one can enclose or appropriate any part of the common land without the consent of all their fellow commoners. This is because the land is left common by agreement, which cannot be violated. Although it is common in relation to some individuals, it is not common to all mankind. It is the joint property of a specific country or parish. Furthermore, the remaining land after such enclosure would not be as beneficial to the rest of the commoners as the whole land was when they could all make use of it. However, in the beginning and initial settlement of the world, the situation was different. The law at that time was more inclined towards appropriation. God commanded, and the necessities of life compelled man to labor. Whatever man had improved and fixed as his property could not be taken away from him. Thus, the act of subduing or cultivating the earth and having dominion over it were closely linked. One gave title to the other. Therefore, God's command to subdue the earth also granted authority to appropriate, and the conditions of human life, which require labor and materials to work on, naturally lead to private possessions. Section 12. Measure of property. The extent of a person's labor and the necessities of life determine the measure of property set by nature. No one's labor can subdue or appropriate everything, nor can their consumption exceed a small portion. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to encroach upon another's rights or acquire property to the detriment of their neighbor. After one person had taken their share, there was still enough room for others to have an equally good and large possession as before the land was appropriated. Section 13. The measure of possession. In the early ages of the world, when the earth was a vast wilderness and people were more likely to get lost than to run out of space to plant, every man's possession was confined to a moderate proportion. This allowed individuals to appropriate land without causing harm to others. Even today, this measure can still be allowed without prejudice, despite the apparent fullness of the world. For example, if a man or family were to settle in some vacant areas of America, their possessions would not be excessively large and would not harm the rest of mankind. This is true even though the population has greatly increased and spread to all corners of the world since the beginning. The value of land itself is so little without labor that it has been said that in Spain a man may be allowed to plow, sow, and reap on land he has no other claim to except for his use of it. In fact, the inhabitants are grateful to him for his industry in cultivating neglected land and increasing the stock of corn. Section 14, the rule of property, the same rule of propriety, which states that every man should have as much as he can make use of, would still hold true in the world without causing harm to anyone. There is enough land in the world to accommodate double the current population. The invention of money and the agreement to assign value to it have introduced larger possessions and rights to them. However, this rule of propriety, based on usefulness and labor, was different in the beginning, before the desire for excess altered the intrinsic value of things. At that time, a person had the right to appropriate as much as they could use without prejudice to others. This was possible because there was still plenty left for those who used the same industry. Section 15, the increase of common stock. Those who enclose and cultivate land actually increase the common stock of mankind. The provisions produced by 1 acre of enclosed and cultivated land are 10 times more than those yielded by an acre of equally fertile land left waste. Therefore, someone who encloses land and obtains a greater abundance of necessities from 10 acres than they could from 100 acres left to nature can be said to give 90 acres to mankind. The value of improved land is actually much higher than this ratio suggests. For example, in the wild woods and uncultivated waste of America, 1,000 acres do not yield as many conveniences of life as 10 acres of well-cultivated land in Devonshire. Section 16, the possession of land before the appropriation of land. Individuals acquired a propriety in the things of nature through their labor. If they used their labor to alter the state of natural products, they gained a right to them. However, if these products perished without being used, the individual offended against the common law of nature and invaded their neighbor's share. They had no right to more than they could use for their own convenience. The same measures applied to the possession of land. Whatever a person tilled, reaped, and used before it spoiled was their rightful possession. Whatever they enclosed and could use for their cattle and produce was also theirs. However, if the grass or fruit within their enclosure rotted or perished without being gathered, that part of the land was still considered waste and could be possessed by others. Section 17, the growth of possession. As families grew and their stocks increased through industry, their possessions expanded accordingly. However, there was still no fixed property in the land they used until they settled together, built cities, and agreed on boundaries and property rights through laws within their society. Even as low down as Abraham's time, people wandered freely with their flocks and herds, without fixed property in the land, especially in the most inhabited parts of the world. Abraham himself wandered as a stranger in a foreign land. Section 18, the common ownership of land. It is evident that a significant portion of the land was held in common, as the inhabitants did not claim ownership beyond what they used. When there was not enough space for their herds to graze together, they would separate and expand their pastures elsewhere, as seen with Abraham and Lot in Genesis 13 verse 5. Similarly, Esau left his father and brother to settle in Mount Seir, as mentioned in Genesis 36 verse 6. Section 19, labor as the basis of property rights without assuming any private dominion or exclusive ownership by Adam over the entire world. It is clear that the world was given to humanity as a whole. Thus, labor played a crucial role in establishing individual ownership of specific portions of land for personal use. This system left no room for doubt or conflict over property rights. Section 20, labor as the source of value. It may initially seem strange, but the value of labor surpasses the communal ownership of land. Labor determines the worth of everything, as can be observed by comparing the value of an acre of land used for tobacco or sugar cultivation, wheat or barley farming, and an acre of uncultivated land. The improvement brought about by labor constitutes the majority of the value. It is reasonable to estimate that at least 9/10 of the products essential for human life are the result of labor. In fact, if we consider the true cost of these products, taking into account the expenses incurred in their production, we will find that labor accounts for approximately 99/100 of their value. Section 21. The role of labor in wealth disparity. The Native American nations serve as a clear demonstration of the influence of labor on wealth disparity. Despite having abundant land and natural resources, their lack of labor has left them impoverished compared to societies that have harnessed the benefits of industry. Even a king in a large and fertile territory there lives in worse conditions than an English day laborer. Section 22. Labor as the primary determinant of value. To further illustrate this point, let us examine the journey of everyday necessities before they reach our hands and consider the value added by human industry. Bread, wine, and cloth are readily available in large quantities, but their worth is entirely due to labor and industry. Without labor, we would be left with acorns, water, leaves, and animal skins as our food, drink, and clothing. The difference in value between bread and acorns, wine and water, and cloth or silk and leaves, skins, or moss is entirely attributed to labor. The intrinsic value of an acre of land that yields 20 bushels of wheat in one place and the same yield in America, under the same cultivation conditions, is equal. However, the benefit derived from the former in a year is worth £5, while the latter may not even be worth a penny, considering the profit an indigenous person would obtain by selling it here. Labor is therefore the primary factor that determines the value of land, without which it would be nearly worthless. The majority of the useful products derived from land are a result of labor. The value of the straw, bran, and bread produced from an acre of wheat is far greater than the yield of an uncultivated acre of equally fertile land. This discrepancy is entirely due to labor. It is not just the efforts of the plowman, reaper, thresher, and baker that contribute to the bread we eat. The labor of those who trained the oxen, mined and forged the iron and stones, and felled and shaped the timber used in the plow, mill, oven, and other necessary tools must also be considered. These numerous acts of labor, from sowing the seed to baking the bread, all contribute to the final product. Nature and the earth merely provide the raw materials, which are of little value on their own. Section 23. The catalogue of industry. If we were to trace the origins of every loaf of bread, it would be a strange catalogue of materials and resources that were used before it reached our hands. Iron, wood, leather, bark, timber, stone, bricks, coals, lime, cloth, dyeing drugs, pitch, tar, masts, ropes, and all the materials used in the ship that transported these commodities to the workers. The list is endless and would take too long to recount. Section 24. The foundation of property. From all of this, it is clear that although natural resources are commonly shared, man, by being in control of himself and the actions of his own labor, possesses the great foundation of property. As inventions and arts improved the comforts of life, the things that were applied to support or enhance one's existence became one's own and did not belong to others in common. Section 25. The role of labor. In the beginning, labor granted individuals the right to property when they employed it on what was commonly available. This remained the case for a long time and still holds true for more resources than mankind currently utilizes. Initially, people contented themselves with what nature provided. However, in some parts of the world where population growth, the accumulation of wealth, and the use of money made land scarce and valuable, communities established boundaries for their territories and regulated the property rights of individuals within their society. Through agreements and compacts, they settled the property that labor and industry had initiated. Similarly, through treaties between states and kingdoms, the relinquishment of claims to land in each other's possession became common practice. By mutual consent, they renounced their natural common right and established property rights among themselves for specific parts of the earth. Nevertheless, there are still vast areas of land that remain unclaimed because the inhabitants have not participated in the use of common currency. These lands lie unused and are more than the people who live there can make use of. However, this scenario is unlikely among those who have agreed to the use of money. Section 26. The use of money, the most essential goods for human survival, which were sought after by the earliest communities and still hold value for the Native Americans today, are often short-lived. Gold, silver, and diamonds, on the other hand, derive their value from human imagination and agreement rather than their practical use and necessity for life. Initially, everyone had the right to as much of the common goods as they could use and to the property they could create through their labor. Whatever they could alter from its natural state through their industry became their own. For instance, if someone gathered 100 bushels of acorns or apples, those goods became their property as soon as they were collected. However, it was important to ensure that these goods were used before they spoiled, as taking more than one's share and depriving others would be foolish and dishonest. It was also unwise to hoard more than one could use. If someone gave away a portion of their goods to someone else, as long as they were not wasted in their possession, they were still making use of them. Similarly, if they traded plums that would rot in a week for nuts that could last a whole year, they would not be causing harm. They would not be depleting the common stock or destroying goods that belonged to others, as long as nothing perished uselessly in their hands. Furthermore, if someone exchanged their nuts for a piece of metal because they liked its color or traded their sheep for shells, wool for a sparkling pebble, or a diamond, and kept these items for their entire lives, they would not be infringing on the rights of others. They could accumulate as much of these durable items as they pleased, as long as they did not allow anything to perish uselessly. Section 27. The role of money in expanding possessions. Different levels of industry naturally led to individuals possessing varying amounts of property. The invention of money provided an opportunity for individuals to continue expanding and enlarging their possessions. For instance, let's imagine an isolated island with no contact with the outside world. On this island, there are only 100 families but an abundance of sheep, horses, cows, and other useful animals, as well as plenty of land for growing crops to sustain a population 100,000 times larger. However, there is nothing on the island that is scarce or durable enough to serve as a form of money. In such a situation, what reason would anyone have to expand their land holdings beyond what is necessary for their family's consumption and the bartering of perishable goods with others? Without something durable and scarce to hoard, people would not be inclined to acquire more land, no matter how fertile or freely available it may be. For instance, consider a man who is offered 10,000 or even 100,000 acres of excellent land, fully cultivated and well-stocked with cattle, in the heart of inland America, where there is no hope of engaging in commerce with other parts of the world to generate income from selling the produce. The land would not be worth enclosing, and we would see the man relinquish any excess land beyond what is required for his and his family's needs, allowing it to return to the wild common of nature. Section 28. In the beginning, the entire world was like America, and even more so than it is now. There was no such thing as money anywhere. If someone discovered something that had the use and value of money among their neighbors, they would immediately start to acquire more possessions. Section 29. However, gold and silver, being less useful to human life compared to food, clothing, and transportation, only have value because people agree that they do. The value of these metals is largely determined by labor. This means that people have agreed to an unequal distribution of land, where a person can possess more land than they can actually use by exchanging the surplus for gold and silver. These metals can be hoarded without causing harm because they do not spoil or decay. This unequal distribution of possessions is made possible outside of society and without an agreement, simply by placing a value on gold and silver and implicitly agreeing to the use of money. In governments, property rights are regulated by laws, and land ownership is determined by official constitutions. Section 30. Therefore, it is easy to understand how labor initially established a right to property in natural resources, and how the use of that property was limited by its usefulness. This meant that there was no reason to argue about ownership or doubt the extent of possession. The right to property and convenience went hand in hand. A person had the right to all they could use their labor on, and there was no temptation to work for more than they needed. This left no room for disputes over ownership or encroachment on the rights of others. It was easy to see how much land a person had claimed, and it was both unnecessary and dishonest to claim more than one needed. Chapter 6. Paternal Power. Section 1. Some may criticize the criticism of words and names in a discussion like this, but it may be worthwhile to suggest new ones when the old ones can lead to misunderstandings. For example, the term paternal power may have led people to believe that the power of parents over their children belongs solely to the father, without any involvement from the mother. However, if we consider reason and revelation, we will find that the mother has an equal claim to this power. This raises the question of whether it would be more appropriate to call it parental power, as both parents have an equal role in the obligations imposed by nature and the right of procreation. In fact, the divine law consistently joins them together without distinction when it commands the obedience of children, as seen in passages such as honor thy father and thy mother, and children, obey your parents. Section 2. If this one aspect had been properly considered, it might have prevented the gross misconceptions that have arisen regarding parental power. Although it may be acceptable to use terms like absolute dominion and regal authority to describe this power, it would have been absurd if this supposed absolute power over children had been called parental power, as it would have revealed that the mother also has a share in it. This would not have supported the arguments of those who advocate for the absolute power and authority of fathers, as it would have undermined the monarchy they seek to establish by showing that the fundamental authority they derive their government from is not vested in one person, but rather in two people jointly. However, let us move past this discussion of names. Section 3. Although I previously stated that all men are naturally equal, I do not mean to suggest that they are equal in all respects. Age or virtue may give some men precedence, while excellence or merit may elevate others above the common level. Birth may subject some individuals to the authority of others, and alliances or benefits may require others to show respect to those to whom it is due based on nature, gratitude, or other considerations. However, all of this is consistent with the equality that exists among men in terms of jurisdiction or dominion over one another. This is the equality I referred to earlier, which pertains to the right that every man has to their natural freedom without being subjected to the will or authority of any other person. Section 4. Children, I admit, are not born into this state of equality, although they are born with the potential for it. When they enter the world, their parents have a certain rule and authority over them, which is temporary. This authority is like the swaddling clothes that support and confine them in their infancy. As they grow older and gain reason, these bonds gradually loosen until they eventually fall away, leaving a person with their own free will. Section 5. The creation of Adam and the obligations of parents. Adam was created as a perfect man, possessing both physical and mental strength and reason. Right from the moment of his existence, he had the ability to provide for himself and govern his actions according to the law of reason that God had instilled in him. As a result, the world was populated by his descendants, who were all born as helpless infants, lacking knowledge and understanding. However, to compensate for this imperfect state, Adam and Eve, and subsequently all parents, were naturally obligated to preserve, nourish, and educate their children. They were not doing this as creators themselves, but as caretakers of the children created by God, to whom they would be held accountable. Section 6. The law of reason and the freedom of Adam's offspring. The law that governed Adam was the same law that governed all his descendants, the law of reason. However, since his offspring entered the world through natural birth, they were born ignorant and without the use of reason. Therefore, they were not immediately subject to this law. After all, one cannot be under a law that has not been made known to them. Since this law is only communicated through reason, those who have not yet reached the age of reason cannot be said to be under this law. As a result, Adam's children were not immediately free upon birth. Law, in its true essence, is not so much about limiting freedom as it is about directing a free and intelligent being towards their own best interests. It only prescribes what is for the general good of those under that law. If being without law would make them happier, then the law itself would become unnecessary. Therefore, the purpose of law is not to abolish or restrain freedom, but to preserve and expand it. In all states where beings are capable of laws, there can be no freedom without law. Liberty is the absence of restraint and violence from others, and that cannot exist without law. However, freedom is not, as some may think, the liberty to do whatever one pleases, for that would mean that one person's whims could dominate over another. True freedom is the liberty to arrange and order one's own person, actions, possessions, and entire property within the bounds of the laws under which they live, without being subject to the arbitrary will of another. Section 7. The power of parents and the duty of care. The authority that parents have over their children arises from their duty to take care of their offspring during their state of childhood. It is their responsibility to educate their children and guide their actions until reason takes over and relieves them of this burden. God has given human beings an understanding to direct their actions and has granted them freedom of will and the liberty to act within the boundaries of the law they are under. However, when a person lacks understanding to direct their own will, they should not have a will of their own to follow. The one who understands for them must also will for them, prescribing their will and regulating their actions. But when a person reaches the stage of maturity that made their father a freeman, they too become free. Section 8. The application of law to all. This principle applies to all laws that a person is subject to, whether natural or civil. If a person is under the law of nature, what makes them free under that law? What grants them the freedom to dispose of their property and actions according to their own will within the scope of that law? The answer is a state of maturity where they are capable of understanding that law, enabling them to keep their actions within its bounds. Once they have reached that state, they are presumed to know how far the law should guide them and how much freedom they may exercise. This same principle applies to their children. If the state of reason and maturity made the father free, it shall make the son free as well. If a person is under the law of England, what makes them free under that law? In other words, what grants them the liberty to dispose of their actions and possessions according to their own will within the limits of that law? It is the capacity to understand that law, which the law itself assumes occurs at the age of 21 and sometimes even earlier in certain cases. If this capacity made the father free, it shall also make the son free. Until then, the law does not grant the son a will of their own, but rather they are to be guided by the will of their father or guardian, who is deemed to understand the limits of the law. If the father passes away without appointing a substitute in his role or fails to provide a tutor to govern his son during his minority and lack of understanding, the law will step in to fill that role. Someone else must govern the son and act as their will until they reach a state of freedom and their understanding is fit to govern their own will. After that point, the father and son are equally free, just as a tutor and pupil are after the pupil reaches maturity. They become equally subject to the same law, with no dominion remaining in the father over the life, liberty, or property of his son, whether they are in a state governed solely by the law of nature or under the positive laws of an established government. Section 9. If, due to unforeseen circumstances outside of the normal course of nature, an individual does not reach a sufficient level of reason where they can be expected to know and live according to the law, they can never be considered a free person. They are not given the freedom to act according to their own will because they lack understanding, which is necessary to guide them. Instead, they are kept under the care and control of others for as long as they are incapable of taking on that responsibility themselves. This applies to individuals such as lunatics, idiots, children who have not yet reached the age of reason, and those with mental illnesses who are currently unable to make use of rational thinking. In these cases, their guardians act as their guides, making decisions for them and seeking their well-being. This duty, as Hooker states, is not evidence of parental regal authority, but rather a responsibility placed upon all human beings by God and nature to protect and care for their offspring until they are capable of independence. Section 10. We are born free in the sense that we are born with the capacity for reason, although we do not immediately possess the ability to exercise it. As we grow older, we naturally gain both freedom and the understanding necessary to govern ourselves. This shows how natural freedom and subjection to parents can coexist and are both based on the same principle. A child is initially free under their father's authority and guidance, which continues until they develop their own understanding. The freedom of a mature adult and the subjection of a child to their parents until they reach maturity are consistent and distinguishable. Even those who strongly advocate for monarchy based on the right of fatherhood cannot deny this difference or the compatibility between the two. If their doctrine were true and the rightful heir of Adam were known, becoming a monarch with absolute power, if that monarch were to die immediately after the birth of their heir, would not the child, despite being free and sovereign, still be subject to their mother, nurse, tutors, and governors until they reach an age of reason and capability to govern themselves and others? The necessities of life, bodily health, and intellectual development would require them to be directed by others' will and not their own. However, no one would argue that this restraint and subjection are inconsistent with their rightful liberty and sovereignty, or that it diminishes their authority during their minority. Instead, this period of governance prepares them for their future role. If someone were to ask me when my son becomes free, I would answer, just when his monarch becomes capable of governing. As Hooker wisely states, determining when an individual has acquired enough reason to be bound by the laws that guide their actions is easier to discern through common sense than through scholarly expertise. Section 11. Even commonwealths acknowledge and accept that there is a specific time when individuals should begin to act as free individuals. Therefore, until that time, they do not require oaths of loyalty, allegiance, or any other public declaration of submission to their country's government. Section 12. Man's freedom and liberty to act according to their own will are based on their possession of reason, which can instruct them in the laws by which they should govern themselves and determine the limits of their freedom. Allowing someone unrestrained liberty before they have reason to guide them is not granting them the privilege of their natural freedom. Instead, it is akin to abandoning them to a state as miserable and inferior to that of a human being as that of animals. This is why parental authority exists, to govern their children during their minority. God has entrusted parents with the responsibility to care for their offspring and has instilled in them natural inclinations of tenderness and concern to temper this power and use it for the well-being of their children for as long as they require it. Section 13. However, this care that parents owe to their children does not justify an absolute and arbitrary dominion of the father. The father's power extends only as far as employing the most effective discipline to ensure the physical strength and health of their children's bodies, as well as the mental vigor and rectitude necessary for them to be useful to themselves and others. If necessary for their circumstances, the father may require them to work for their own sustenance. But it is important to note that the mother also shares in this power with the father. Section 14. Furthermore, this power does not belong to the father by any inherent right of nature. It is solely based on his role as the guardian of his children. When he relinquishes his care for them, he also loses his power over them, as it is inseparably connected to their nourishment and education. This power belongs just as much to the foster father of an abandoned child as it does to the biological father of another. Section 15. The power of fathers and the duty of children. The limits of paternal power. The act of begetting a child does not grant a man complete control over his offspring. If a father's care ends at the act of procreation, and that is the only basis for his authority as a father, then his paternal power is limited. This raises questions about the nature of paternal power in societies where polyandry is practiced, or in parts of America where children are left under the sole care of their mothers after the separation of the husband and wife. In such cases, if the father were to die while the children are young, would they not naturally owe the same obedience to their mother during their minority as they would have to their father if he were alive? Can it be said that the mother has legislative power over her children, with the ability to establish permanent rules that govern their property and restrict their liberty? Can she enforce these rules with capital punishment? These are powers that belong to the magistrate, and the father does not possess them. His command over his children is temporary and does not extend to their lives or property. It is merely a means to guide and educate them during their nonage. While a father may dispose of his own possessions as he pleases once his children are no longer in danger of perishing, his power does not extend to their lives, property, or liberty once they have reached the age of discretion. From that point on, the father's authority ceases, and he has no more control over his son's liberty than any other individual. It is far from an absolute or perpetual jurisdiction, as a man may withdraw himself from it, having the divine authority to leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife. Section 16, the freedom of sons and the honor due to parents. There comes a time when a child is as free from subjection to the will and command of his father as the father himself is free from subjection to the will of others. At this point, both father and son are subject to the same restraints, whether they be the laws of nature or the laws of their country. However, this freedom does not exempt a son from the duty of honoring his parents, as prescribed by the law of God and nature. Since parents are instrumental in the continuation of the human race and provide the necessities of life to their children, they have an obligation to nourish, preserve, and raise their offspring. In turn, children have a perpetual obligation to honor their parents, showing inward esteem and reverence through outward expressions. This obligation prevents children from doing anything that may harm, offend, disturb, or endanger the happiness or life of their parents. It also compels them to defend, assist, and comfort their parents, who have been instrumental in their existence and ability to enjoy life. This obligation cannot be absolved by any state or freedom. However, this does not grant parents the power to command their children or make laws that dictate their lives or liberties. There is a distinction between owing honor, respect, gratitude, and assistance to parents and requiring absolute obedience and submission. Even a monarch on his throne owes honor to his mother, but this does not diminish his authority or subject him to her governance. Section 17, the temporary government of fathers and the perpetual right of parents. The subjection of a minor places temporary governance in the hands of the father, which ceases when the child reaches adulthood. The honor owed by a child, on the other hand, grants parents a perpetual right to respect, reverence, support, and compliance to varying degrees, depending on the level of care, cost, and kindness shown by the father in the child's upbringing. This right extends beyond the period of minority and applies to all stages and conditions of a person's life. Failure to distinguish between these two powers, the right of guardianship during minority and the right of honor throughout life, has led to many misunderstandings. The first power is more of a privilege for children and a duty for parents, rather than a prerogative of paternal power. The nourishment and education of children are responsibilities that parents cannot absolve themselves from. Although the power to command and discipline children accompanies these responsibilities, the natural tenderness parents have for their offspring ensures that their power is rarely used excessively. The excessive severity is uncommon, as the strong inclination of human nature tends to draw parents in the opposite direction. Therefore, when God Almighty wanted to illustrate his gentle dealings with the Israelites, he compared his chastisement to that of a man towards his son, emphasizing tenderness and affection. He subjected them to no harsher discipline than what was absolutely necessary and would have been unkind to withhold. It is this power to which children are commanded to obey, so as not to increase the pains and care of their parents or repay them with ingratitude. On the other hand, honoring and supporting parents, showing gratitude for the benefits received from them, is the indispensable duty of the child and the rightful privilege of the parents. This is intended for the parent's advantage, as the other is for the child's. However, education, which is the duty of the parents, seems to have the most power because the ignorance and weaknesses of childhood require restraint and correction, which is a visible exercise of authority. The duty of honor, on the other hand, requires less obedience, but is still stronger for grown children than for younger ones. For example, a man who has children of his own is not required to submit to his father in the same way that his young children are. By this precept, he is not obligated to obey all his father's commands if his father treats him as a child out of a sense of authority. Section 18. The power and duty of parents. Education as the father's duty. The first part of paternal power, or rather duty, is education, which belongs to the father, but only until a certain age. Once the business of education is complete, the father's duty ceases naturally, and it can also be transferred to someone else. For instance, a man may entrust the education of his son to someone else, or if he apprentices his son to another, he has relieved him of a significant portion of his obedience to both himself and his mother. However, the duty of honor, which is the other part, remains intact. It cannot be cancelled and is inseparable from both parents. The father's authority cannot override the mother's right to be honored, and no one can exempt a son from honoring his mother. Section 19. Limitations of parental power. Both education and honor are far from granting the power to make laws and enforce them with penalties that may affect one's property, freedom, limbs, and life. The power to command ends with childhood. After that, honor, respect, support, and gratitude are always due from a son to his parents for the highest benefits he is capable of receiving. However, all of this does not give the father a scepter or sovereign power to command. He has no dominion over his son's property or actions, and his will cannot dictate his son's actions in all things. While it may be appropriate for the son to defer to his father's will in certain matters that are not overly inconvenient to him and his family, it does not grant the father absolute authority. Section 20. Obligations and authority. A person may owe honor and respect to an elderly or wise individual, defense to their child or friend, relief and support to the distressed, and gratitude to a benefactor to such a degree that no amount of repayment is sufficient. However, none of these obligations grant authority or the right to make laws over the person to whom they are owed. Furthermore, these obligations are not solely based on the title of father, but also on the fact that they are owed to the mother as well. The obligations and expectations placed on parents and children can vary depending on the care, kindness, trouble, and expense devoted to each child. Section 21. The distinct powers of parents and the state. The separation of political and paternal power. This demonstrates why parents in societies, where they themselves are subjects, retain power over their children and have the same right to their obedience as those in the state of nature. This would not be possible if all political power were solely paternal. If that were the case, the subject would naturally have no paternal power. However, political and paternal powers are perfectly distinct and separate. They are built upon different foundations and serve different purposes. Therefore, every subject who is a father has paternal power over his children, just as a prince has power over his subjects. Likewise, every prince who has parents owes them filial duty and obedience, just as the lowest of his subjects owe to theirs. A prince or magistrate does not possess any part or degree of the dominion that a prince or magistrate has over his subjects. Section 22. Additional power of the father. Although the obligations of parents to bring up their children and the obligations of children to honor their parents encompass all the power and submission that are appropriate to this relationship, there is another power that fathers usually have, which is also common to other men. However, because fathers often have occasions to exercise this power within their private families, while instances of it elsewhere are rare and less noticed, it is considered a part of paternal jurisdiction. This power is the ability of men to bestow their estates on those who please them. The possession of the father's property is typically expected to be inherited by the children in certain proportions according to the law and custom of each country. However, it is commonly within the father's power to distribute it more sparingly or generously based on how each child has behaved according to his will and preference. Section 23. Voluntary submission to government. This power of inheritance is a significant tie on the obedience of children. Since the enjoyment of land is always accompanied by submission to the government of the country in which that land is located, it has been commonly assumed that a father can obligate his descendants to the same government to which he himself is subject. It is believed that his compact holds them. However, this submission to the government is only a necessary condition attached to the land and the inheritance of an estate under that government. It only applies to those who willingly accept it on that condition. Therefore, it is not a natural tie or obligation, but a voluntary submission. Every person's children are naturally as free as themselves or any of their ancestors ever were. While they are in that state of freedom, they can choose which society to join and which commonwealth to be a part of. Section 24. The inheritance of ancestors. In order for individuals to enjoy the inheritance left by their ancestors, they must accept the conditions and terms that come with it. This means that they must submit to all the requirements attached to such a possession. This power that fathers have over their children does not stem from any special right of fatherhood, but rather from the rewards they hold to enforce and reward compliance. It is similar to the influence a French man may have over an English man, who, in hopes of receiving an inheritance, will likely be obedient. However, once the inheritance is received, it must be enjoyed under the conditions set forth by the country in which it is located, whether that be France or England. Section 25. The power of fathers. The power of fathers to command their children extends only until they reach adulthood and is suitable for the discipline and governance of that age. Additionally, the honor, respect, and piety that children owe their parents throughout their lives does not grant the father the power to make laws or enact penalties on their children. The father's power does not extend to the property or actions of his son. However, in the early days of civilization, and even in some present-day societies where families have the freedom to live separately, it was not uncommon for the father of the family to become the ruler. This transition occurred naturally as the father had already been a ruler during the infancy of his children. With the consent of the children, the father assumed a monarchical power within the family, exercising the executive power of the law of nature. This arrangement was based on the permission granted by the children and not on any paternal right. Section 26. The role of the father as ruler. The fact that a father's authority was not based on paternal right is evident in the scenario where a stranger, who happened to be in the family, committed a crime such as killing one of the children. In such a case, the father could condemn and punish the stranger, just as he would with his own children. This authority could not be derived from paternal power, as the stranger was not his child. Instead, it was derived from the father's right to exercise the executive power of the law of nature, which he possessed as a human being. The respect of the children allowed the father to exercise this power within the family, while still maintaining his dignity and authority. Section 27. The transition to monarchy. The evolution of governance. It is a plausible opinion that the head of each household was, in a sense, a king. When multiple households joined together to form civil societies, kings became the first type of governors. This is likely the reason why the term fathers continued to be used for rulers. Additionally, the ancient custom of rulers performing priestly duties, which originated from fathers, may have developed for the same reason. However, it is important to note that this is not the only form of governance that has existed in the world. Various other forms of governance have been devised to address the shortcomings of one form. In summary, all forms of public governance seem to have arisen from deliberate advice, consultation, and agreement among people who deemed it convenient and necessary. It is not impossible for humans to live without any form of public governance. Section 28. The father's authority. It was easy and almost natural for children to tacitly consent to their father's authority and governance. They had grown accustomed to following his guidance during their childhood and resolving their disputes through him. As adults, who would be more suitable to rule over them? Their limited possessions and lack of greed rarely led to significant conflicts. And when conflicts did arise, the father was the most appropriate arbiter, as he had taken care of them and had a deep affection for all of them. It is not surprising that they did not distinguish between minority and adulthood or seek independence at the age of 21 or any other age that would make them free to govern themselves and their fortunes. The government they had been under during their upbringing continued to provide more protection than restraint. They could find no greater security for their peace, liberties, and fortunes than under the rule of a father. Section 29, the rise of monarchy. The transition from natural fathers to political monarchs through an imperceptible change. Natural fathers of families also became the political monarchs. If the fathers lived long and left capable and worthy heirs, they laid the foundations for hereditary or elective kingdoms under different constitutions and customs, depending on chance, planning, or circumstances. But if princes inherit their titles from their fathers, and this is proof of the natural right of fathers to political authority because they typically held the power of government, then, by the same logic, it would also prove that all princes, and only princes, should be priests. This is because it is just as certain that in the beginning, the father of the family was a priest as he was the ruler of his household. Chapter 7. Political or civil society. Section 1. The beginning of society. God created man in such a way that he recognized it was not good for him to be alone. This led to a strong desire and need for human beings to come together in society. Man was equipped with understanding and language to facilitate and enjoy this society. The first form of society was between a man and a woman, which then extended to include parents and children. Eventually, the relationship between master and servant was added. While these relationships often overlapped and formed one family, they fell short of political society due to their different purposes, ties, and boundaries. Section 2. Conjugal society. Conjugal society is formed through a voluntary agreement between a man and a woman. While its primary purpose is procreation, it also involves mutual support, assistance, and a sharing of interests. These are necessary not only to unite their care and affection, but also to provide for their children until they can provide for themselves. Section 3. The duration of conjugal society. The purpose of the union between male and female is not only procreation, but also the continuation of the species. Therefore, this union should last beyond procreation for as long as it takes to nourish and support the offspring until they can fend for themselves. This is a rule that the inferior creatures consistently follow. In animals that feed on grass, the union between male and female lasts only as long as the act of copulation because the mother's milk is sufficient to nourish the young until they can eat grass. The male contributes to the act of reproduction but does not concern himself with the well-being of the female or the young. On the other hand, in predatory animals, the union lasts longer because the mother cannot sustain herself and her offspring solely through her own prey. The assistance of the male is necessary for the survival of their family until the young ones can hunt for themselves. The same can be observed in birds, except for some domesticated species where there is an abundance of food and the male is exempt from caring for the young. In these cases, the male and female remain mates until the young are capable of flying and providing for themselves. Section 4. The longer duration of conjugal society in humans. The primary reason why the union between male and female in humans lasts longer than in other creatures is that the female is capable of conceiving and often becomes pregnant again before the previous offspring is independent and can provide for themselves. This creates an obligation for the father to continue in conjugal society with the same woman for a longer period of time. In contrast, other creatures' conjugal bonds dissolve naturally as their young become self-sufficient before the next breeding season. This arrangement allows for the wisdom of the Creator to be admired. By giving humans foresight and the ability to plan for the future, it is necessary for the society between man and wife to be more lasting. This encourages their industry and unites their interests in providing for their children. If conjugal society were easily dissolved, it would greatly disrupt the uncertain mixture and provision for their common offspring. Section 5. The possibility of determinable conjugal bonds. While the ties that bind husband and wife are stronger and more lasting in humans due to these factors, it is worth considering why this agreement, which secures procreation, education, and inheritance, cannot be made determinable by consent, a certain time, or specific conditions. There is no inherent necessity or purpose that requires it to be lifelong, especially for those not bound by any positive law that mandates perpetual contracts. Section 6. Differences in will and the last determination. Although husbands and wives share a common interest, they inevitably have different understandings and wills. Therefore, it is necessary for the final decision-making authority to rest with one of them. Section 7. The relationships within society. The relationship between husband and wife in the realm of marriage, there exists a natural division of roles and responsibilities. The rule of authority naturally falls to the man, as he is considered to be more capable and physically stronger. However, this authority is limited to matters concerning their common interests and shared property. The wife, on the other hand, retains full possession of her rights as outlined in their contractual agreement. The husband does not have absolute power over her life, just as she does not have absolute power over his. In fact, the wife has the liberty to separate from her husband in certain cases, as determined by natural rights or the terms of their contract. This separation also determines the custody of their children, which may fall to either the father or the mother based on the terms of their agreement. Section 8. The role of the civil magistrate under a political government. The purpose of marriage remains the same as in the state of nature. The civil magistrate does not diminish the inherent rights and powers of either the husband or the wife, which are necessary for the purposes of procreation and mutual support while they are together. Instead, the civil magistrate intervenes only in cases of dispute between husband and wife. If the husband possessed absolute sovereignty and power of life and death over his wife, and if this power were essential to the social contract between husband and wife, then there could be no valid marriages in countries where husbands do not possess such authority. However, since the power of the husband is not necessary for the ends of marriage, it is not inherent to the institution. Conjugal society can exist and fulfill its purpose without it. Matters such as the sharing of goods, mutual assistance, and maintenance can be regulated by the contract that unites husband and wife, as long as it is consistent with the needs of procreation and the upbringing of children until they can fend for themselves. Section 9. The relationship between parents and children. I have already discussed the relationship between parents and children in detail in the previous chapter. It is evident that this relationship is fundamentally different from a political society. Section 10. The relationship between master and servant. The terms master and servant have been used throughout history to describe individuals of different social statuses. A freeman can willingly become a servant by selling his services to another for a specified period of time in exchange for wages. Although this typically places him under the authority of his master's household, it only grants the master temporary power over him, as defined by their contract. On the other hand, there are slaves who, by virtue of being captured in a just war, are subjected to the absolute dominion and arbitrary power of their masters according to the natural right of conquest. These individuals, having forfeited their lives and liberties, and having lost their property, cannot be considered part of civil society. The primary purpose of civil society is the preservation of property, which does not apply to slaves who lack the capacity for property ownership. Section 11. The domestic role of a family. Let us now consider the master of a family and the various relationships within it, including wife, children, servants, and slaves. Although there may be similarities in terms of order, roles, and even the number of individuals involved, a family is vastly different from a political society in terms of its structure, power dynamics, and ultimate goals. If we were to view a family as a monarchy, with the father as the absolute monarch, this absolute monarchy would have limited power. As I have previously stated, the master of a family has distinct and restricted power over each individual within it, with the exception of slaves. He does not possess legislative power over their lives and can only exercise the same level of authority as a mistress of a family. Furthermore, he cannot have absolute power over the entire family when his power over each individual is already limited. It is important to understand the differences between a family or any other society of individuals and a political society. To truly comprehend the nature of a political society, we must examine its defining characteristics. Section 12. The nature of political society. As I have previously established, every individual is born with the right to perfect freedom and the unimpeded enjoyment of all the rights and privileges bestowed by the law of nature. This entitlement is equal to that of any other person or group of people in the world. By virtue of their nature, individuals possess not only the power to safeguard their own lives, liberties, and property against the encroachments of others, but also the authority to judge and punish those who violate the law according to their own judgment. In cases where the offense is deemed severe, individuals may even impose the punishment of death. However, in order for a political society to exist and thrive, it must possess the power to preserve the property and punish the offenses of all its members. Political society is only present when each member willingly relinquishes their natural power and places it in the hands of the community, with the exception of cases where they are not excluded from seeking protection under the established law, and so, with the exclusion of private judgment, the community becomes the arbiter through established rules that are impartial and apply to all parties. Men who have authority from the community enforce these rules and settle any disputes that may arise among the members of society regarding matters of right. They also punish any offenses committed against the society according to the penalties established by law. This allows us to determine who is and who is not part of the political society. Those who are united under a common law and judicial system are in civil society with each other, while those who do not have such a system are still in the state of nature, where individuals are their own judge and executioner. The Commonwealth gains the power to determine the punishments for various transgressions committed within the society, as well as the power to punish any harm done to its members by those outside of it. This power is used to preserve the property of all the members of the society to the best of its ability. Although every individual who enters civil society and becomes a member of a commonwealth relinquishes their power to punish offenses based on their own judgment, they still retain the right to appeal to the legislative body and to assist in the execution of the judgments made by the commonwealth. This forms the basis of the legislative and executive powers of civil society, where standing laws dictate the punishments for offenses committed within the Commonwealth and occasional judgments determine how external injuries are to be addressed. In both cases, the force of all the members of the society is employed when necessary. Wherever a group of individuals unite in a society and relinquish their executive power based on the law of nature in favor of the public, a political or civil society is formed. This occurs when individuals in the state of nature come together to form one people and establish a supreme government, or when an individual joins an existing government. By doing so, they authorize the society, or more specifically, its legislative body, to create laws as needed for the public good. They also owe their own assistance in the execution of these laws. This transition from the state of nature to a commonwealth removes individuals from a state of nature by establishing a judge on earth with the authority to settle disputes and address injuries suffered by any member of the commonwealth. This judge is the legislative body or the magistrates appointed by it. On the other hand, any group of individuals, regardless of their association, that lacks such decisive power to appeal to remains in the state of nature. Therefore, it is clear that absolute monarchy, which some consider the only form of government, is actually incompatible with civil society and cannot be considered a form of civil government at all. The purpose of civil society is to avoid and remedy the inconveniences that arise from individuals acting as their own judges in their own cases. This is achieved by establishing a known authority to which every member of the society can appeal in the event of an injury or dispute, and to which every member is obligated to obey. Individuals who do not have such an authority to appeal to for the resolution of their differences remain in the state of nature. This applies to every absolute prince in relation to those under their rule. Since an absolute prince is assumed to possess both legislative and executive power, there is no judge available and no appeal possible for anyone who may seek a fair and impartial decision or relief from any injury or inconvenience caused by the prince or by their order. Therefore, such a person, regardless of their title, whether it be czar or grand seigneur, is in the state of nature with all those under their dominion, just as they are with the rest of humanity. Wherever two individuals exist without a standing rule or common judge to appeal to for the resolution of disputes over their rights, they remain in the state of nature and suffer all the inconveniences that come with it. The only tragic difference for the subject, or rather the slave, of an absolute prince is that while in the ordinary state of nature they have the freedom to judge and defend their rights to the best of their ability, when their property is violated by the will and order of their monarch, they not only lack the right of appeal that those in society should have, but are also denied the liberty to judge or defend their rights. They are exposed to all the misery and inconveniences that can be inflicted by an individual who, despite being in the unrestrained state of nature, is corrupted by flattery and armed with power. To resolve all grievances, injuries, and wrongs that occur in the state of nature, it was necessary for individuals to come together and establish a system of government. By doing so, they would subject themselves to the authority of those they appointed to rule and govern, ensuring peace and prosperity for all. People understood that they had the right to defend themselves against force and injury, but they also recognized that they could not infringe upon the rights of others in pursuit of their own interests. They knew that endless strife and conflict would ensue unless they reached a common agreement to be governed by a chosen authority. Without this consent, it would be unreasonable for one person to assume lordship or judgment over another. Section 13. The fallacy of absolute power. The illusion of absolute power. Anyone who believes that absolute power can purify men's blood and correct the flaws of human nature need only look at the history of any age to see the contrary. A person who would be insolent and unjust in the wilderness of America would likely be no better on a throne. In such a position, they may use learning and religion to justify their actions towards their subjects, and any dissenting voices would be swiftly silenced by the sword. If one wishes to understand the nature of absolute monarchy, the recent account of Salon provides a clear example of the kind of rulers it produces and the level of happiness and security it brings to society. Section 14. The role of law in absolute monarchies. In absolute monarchies, as in other forms of government, subjects have the right to appeal to the law and seek justice when disputes or violence arise among themselves. This is considered necessary, and anyone who attempts to take away this right is seen as an enemy of society and humanity. However, it is doubtful whether this is motivated by a genuine love for mankind and society, or simply a desire to protect one's own power, profit, and greatness. The ruler's concern is not for the well-being of their subjects, but rather for their own self-interest and the benefits they derive from them. If one were to question the security against the violence and oppression of an absolute ruler, it would be met with hostility. They would argue that the question itself is deserving of death. While they acknowledge the need for laws and judges to maintain peace and security among subjects, they believe the ruler should be exempt from such constraints. They argue that the ruler should have absolute power because they have the ability to inflict more harm and wrongdoing, and it is deemed right when they exercise that power. To inquire about protection from harm or injury at the hands of the ruler is immediately labeled as factionalism and rebellion. It is as if, when people entered into society, they agreed that everyone except one person would be subject to the restraints of laws, while that one person would retain the liberty of the state of nature, amplified by power and unchecked by consequences. This assumption implies that people are foolish enough to take precautions against the harm that may be caused by polecats or foxes, but willingly accept being devoured by lions. Section 15. The need for safety and security. Regardless of the flattery used to deceive people, they cannot ignore their own experiences. When they realize that someone, regardless of their position, is operating outside the bounds of the civil society they belong to, and that they have no recourse against any harm they may suffer at their hands, they are inclined to think of themselves as being in a state of nature in relation to that person. They then strive to establish the safety and security in civil society for which it was originally created, and for which they entered into it. Although it may have initially been the case that a single good and virtuous individual gained authority and earned the trust of others, leading to a tacit agreement to let that person arbitrate disputes, this arrangement was based solely on their perceived righteousness and wisdom. However, as time passed and successors of a different character emerged, people found that their property was not secure under the existing government, which, in essence, exists to protect property. They could not feel safe or at peace, nor consider themselves part of a civil society, until legislative power was vested in collective bodies of individuals, whether called a Senate, Parliament, or by any other name. By what means did every individual become subject, just like the lowest of men, to the laws that they themselves, as part of the legislative, had established? No one could, by their own authority, escape the force of the law once it was made. No one could claim exemption based on superiority, thereby allowing themselves, or their dependents, to commit wrongdoing. In civil society, no one can be exempt from its laws. If someone is allowed to do whatever they please without any recourse for redress or protection against harm, then they are still in the state of nature and cannot be a part of civil society. It would be absurd to suggest that the state of nature and civil society are the same thing. Chapter 8. The beginning of political societies. Section 1. Men, being naturally free, equal, and independent, cannot be subjected to the political power of another without their own consent. The only way for someone to give up their natural liberty and enter into civil society is by agreeing with others to form a community for their comfortable, safe, and peaceful living together, where they can securely enjoy their properties and have greater protection against those who are not a part of it. Any number of individuals can do this without infringing upon the freedom of others who choose not to join. Those who do not join remain in the liberty of the state of nature. When a group of individuals consent to form a community or government, they are immediately incorporated and become one political body, where the majority has the right to act and make decisions for the rest. Section 2. When a community is formed by the consent of every individual, it becomes one body with the power to act as one body, determined by the will of the majority. The consent of the individuals is what drives the actions of the community, and for a unified body to move in one direction, it must follow the majority. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the community to act as one body, as agreed upon by the consent of every individual. Therefore, every individual is bound by that consent to be bound by the decisions of the majority. This is evident in assemblies empowered to act by positive laws, where no specific number is set, as the act of the majority is considered the act of the whole and holds the power of the whole according to the laws of nature and reason. Section 3. By consenting to join a body politic under one government, every individual puts themselves under an obligation to submit to the decisions of the majority and be bound by them. Without this, the original compact of incorporating into one society would be meaningless if individuals were left free and not bound by any decrees of the society. There would be no real agreement or new commitment if individuals were only tied to the society as they saw fit and consented to. This would grant them the same liberty they had before the compact, or the same liberty as anyone else in the state of nature who can choose to submit and consent to any actions. Section 4. If the consent of the majority is not considered the act of the whole and does not bind every individual, then nothing can be considered the act of the whole except the consent of every individual. However, obtaining such unanimous consent is practically impossible when considering the limitations of health and other obligations that keep many away from public assemblies, even in smaller communities. Additionally, the inevitable differences in opinions and conflicting interests that arise in any group of people would make it futile to form a society under such terms. It would be like entering a theater only to leave immediately, just as Cato did. Such a constitution would result in the short-lived existence of the mighty Leviathan, unlike even the most fragile creatures, and it would not outlast the day of its inception. This can only be imagined if we believe that rational beings desire and establish societies only to dissolve them, because where the majority cannot bind the rest, they cannot act as one body and will be immediately dissolved. Section 5. Therefore, anyone who transitions from a state of nature to a community must understand that they are giving up all the power necessary for the purposes of forming a society to the majority of the community, unless they specifically agree otherwise with a greater number than the majority. This agreement is simply the act of agreeing to form one political society, which is the only compact between individuals that enter into or make up a commonwealth. Thus, the consent of a group of freemen capable of forming a majority to unite and incorporate into such a society is what begins and actually constitutes any political society. This is the only thing that has given rise to any lawful government in the world. Section 6. 2 objections have been made against this. First, there are no historical instances of a group of independent and equal men coming together and starting a government in this way. Second, it is impossible for men to do so, because all men are born under a government and are obligated to submit to it, not to start a new one. Section 7. In response to the first objection, it is not surprising that history provides little information about men living together in a state of nature. As soon as the inconveniences of that condition and the desire for society arose, they immediately united and incorporated if they intended to continue together. If we cannot assume that men were ever in a state of nature because we do not hear much about them in that state, then we might as well assume that the armies of Salmanasar or Xerxes were never children because we hear little about them until they became men and formed armies. Government always precedes records, and written language rarely emerges among a people until a long period of civil society has provided for their safety, comfort, and abundance. Only then do they begin to seek out the history of their founders and investigate their origins, long after the memory of it has faded. Just as individuals are often ignorant of their own births and infancy, so too are commonwealths. If they do know anything about their origins, it is thanks to accidental records kept by others. The beginnings of any polities in the world, except for the Jews who were directly intervened upon by God and whose history does not support paternal dominion, either clearly demonstrate the type of beginning I have described or at least show clear indications of it. Section 8. It is a strange inclination to deny obvious facts that do not align with one's hypothesis. The beginnings of Rome and Venice, for example, were through the union of several men who were free and independent of one another, with no natural superiority or subjection. According to Josephus Acosta, in many parts of America, there was no government at all. He states that there are strong indications that these men, referring to those in Peru, for a long time had neither kings nor commonwealths, but lived in tribes, as is still the case today in Florida, among the Chiriquanas, those in Brazil, and many other nations. They have no fixed kings, but choose their leaders as they see fit, in times of peace or war. Whether or not every man there was born subject to his father or the head of his family, it has already been proven that the subjection owed by a child to a father does not take away his freedom to join any political society he deems appropriate. Regardless, it is evident that these men were indeed free, and any superiority that some politicians may now place on them was not claimed by the men themselves. They were all equal by consent until, by the same consent, they appointed rulers over themselves. Therefore, their political societies all began from voluntary union and the mutual agreement of men freely choosing their governors and forms of government. Section 9. It can be argued that those who left Sparta with Palantus, as mentioned by Justin, were also independent freemen and established a government over themselves by their own consent. I have provided several historical examples of people who were free and in a state of nature, who, upon meeting, incorporated and began a commonwealth. If the lack of such instances is used as an argument to prove that governments were not and could not be started in this way, then those who advocate for paternal rule should abandon their argument, as it goes against natural liberty. If they can provide numerous instances from history of governments founded on paternal right, then, though an argument from what has been to what should be has little force, one could, without much risk, concede their point. However, I would advise them not to delve too deeply into the origins of governments as they have actually begun, lest they discover that the foundation of most governments is not very favorable to the power they advocate for. Section 10. In conclusion, reason clearly supports the notion that men are naturally free, and historical examples demonstrate that peaceful governments were established on this foundation, through the consent of the people. There is little room for doubt about where the right lies or what the opinion or practice of mankind has been regarding the initial establishment of governments. Section 11. I will not deny that if we look back as far as history can direct us to the origins of commonwealths, we generally find them under the rule and administration of one person. I also believe that in cases where a family was large enough to sustain itself and remained united without mixing with others, as often happens in areas with abundant land and few people, the government usually began with the father. This is because the father, having the same power as any other person to punish offenses against the natural law, could punish his adult children who had transgressed even after they were no longer under his guardianship. They were likely to submit to his punishment and join him in punishing the offender, effectively making him the lawmaker and governor over the entire family. The father was the most trustworthy choice, as his paternal affection ensured the protection of their property and interests. The custom of obeying him in childhood made it easier to submit to his authority rather than anyone else's. Therefore, if they needed someone to rule over them, as government is almost inevitable when people live together, who better than the common father? Unless he was unfit for the role due to negligence, cruelty, or any other mental or physical defect. However, when the father died and his next heir was unfit due to age, lack of wisdom, courage, or any other qualities, or when several families came together and agreed to continue as one, they naturally exercised their freedom to choose the most capable and likely person to rule over them. This is evident in the people of America, who, living beyond the reach of the conquering empires of Peru and Mexico, enjoyed their natural freedom. While they often preferred the deceased king's heir, they would pass him over if they found him weak or incapable and instead choose the strongest and bravest person as their ruler. Section 12, therefore, although records show that governments were commonly in the hands of one person as far back as we have historical accounts of the peopling of the world and the history of nations, it does not negate my assertion that the beginning of political society depends on the consent of individuals to come together and form one society. Once incorporated, they have the right to establish whichever form of government they deem suitable. However, this has led to the misconception that government is naturally monarchical and belongs to the father. It is worth considering why people generally chose this form of government in the beginning. Although the father's preeminence may have initially led to the concentration of power in one person and the establishment of some commonwealths, it is clear that the reason monarchy continued as the form of government was not due to respect for paternal authority. This is evident in the fact that almost all petty monarchies, especially in their early stages, were commonly elective. Section 13. In the beginning, the father's governance of his children accustomed them to the rule of one person. They learned that when exercised with care, skill, affection, and love towards those under it, this form of government was sufficient to secure and maintain the political happiness they sought in society. It is not surprising that they naturally gravitated towards this form of government, which they had been accustomed to since childhood and found easy and safe through experience. Additionally, monarchy was simple and most obvious to people who had not been educated in various forms of government and were not wary of the encroachments of prerogative or the disadvantages of absolute power that succession in monarchy often brought. It is not surprising that they did not concern themselves with methods of restraining the excesses of those in power or balancing the government by distributing its authority among different individuals. They had not experienced the oppression of tyrannical rule, and their way of life, possessions, and limited desires did not give them reason to fear or guard against it. Therefore, it is understandable that they established a government that was not only simple and obvious, but also best suited to their current state and circumstances. Their primary concern was defending themselves against foreign invasions and threats, rather than the need for a multitude of laws. Their simple and modest way of life, which kept their desires within the limits of their small properties, resulted in few disputes and therefore did not require many laws to resolve them or a variety of officials to oversee justice where there were few offenses. Since those who willingly join society are likely to have some acquaintance, friendship, and trust in one another, their main concern would be protecting themselves from external forces. Section 14. The role of kings in ancient America in ancient times. It was natural for people to establish a system of government that would best serve their needs. They would choose the wisest and bravest individual to lead them in war and act as their ruler. This is similar to the way kings in ancient India governed their people. The population was small, and there was no desire for expansion or conflicts over land. Therefore, the kings primarily served as generals of their armies. In times of peace, their authority was limited, and decisions regarding peace and war were often made by the people or a council. However, during times of war, the king had sole authority. Section 15, the role of judges and kings in Israel. In Israel, the judges and early kings had a similar role. Their main responsibility was to serve as captains in war and lead their armies. This is evident in the story of Jephthah, who was chosen by the Gileadites to be their ruler and judge in order to assist them in their war against the Ammonites. Jephthah's role as head and captain over the people was essentially the same as being a judge. Another example is Gideon, who is praised for his military achievements and is referred to as a judge and ruler. Similarly, Abimelech is called a king, although he was essentially a general. When the Israelites grew dissatisfied with the leadership of Samuel's sons, they requested a king who would go out before them and fight their battles. God granted their request and told Samuel to anoint a man to be captain over his people Israel. The primary role of a king was to lead the armies and defend the nation. This is reflected in Saul's inauguration, where he is anointed as captain over God's inheritance. Those who opposed Saul's reign questioned his ability to save them, indicating that a king's competence in war was crucial. When God chose David as the new king, it was stated that his kingdom would not continue, and he would be a captain over the people. This further emphasizes that the role of a king was primarily military leadership. The tribes that had supported Saul's family acknowledged David's previous role as their leader during Saul's reign and saw no reason not to accept him as their king. Section 16, the origins of monarchy. The establishment of monarchy can be attributed to two possible scenarios. In one scenario, a family gradually evolved into a commonwealth, and the authority of the father was passed on to the eldest son. This system was accepted by everyone as it was easy and fair, and over time, it became a recognized right of succession. In the other scenario, several families or descendants of different families united due to chance, proximity, or shared interests. In this case, the need for a leader to defend against enemies in war and the trust and innocence prevalent in that virtuous age led to the appointment of a single ruler without explicit limitations or restraints. Regardless of how monarchy originated, it is clear that leaders were entrusted with power for the public good and safety. In the early stages of commonwealths, these leaders used their authority for the benefit of society. Without such leaders, young societies would not have survived. These leaders played a crucial role in nurturing and protecting the well-being of the public and ensuring the survival of governments. Section 17, the corruption of government in the Golden Age. Before ambition and evil desires corrupted people's minds, there was more virtue and better rulers. There were no abuses of power or disputes about privilege between rulers and the people. However, as time went on, ambition and luxury led to the retention and increase of power without fulfilling its intended purpose. Princes were taught to have separate interests from their people, which led to the need for a closer examination of the origins and rights of government. People wanted to find ways to restrain the abuses of power that were being used against them, even though they had entrusted that power for their own good. Section 18, the rule of one man. It is probable that people who were naturally free either submitted to the government of their father or came together from different families to form a government. They chose to be under the leadership of a single person, believing that their honesty and prudence would be sufficient to regulate their power. They did not view monarchy as being ordained by God, nor did they believe that paternal power gave someone the right to rule. Based on historical evidence, it is reasonable to conclude that peaceful beginnings of government have always been based on the consent of the people. Section 19, the argument against freedom. Some argue that since all men are born under some form of government, it is impossible for them to ever be free and start a new one. However, if this argument is valid, how did so many lawful monarchies come into existence? If one person, born under the dominion of another, can be free to establish a new and separate empire, then everyone born under the dominion of another can also be free to establish their own separate government. Therefore, either all men are free or there is only one lawful prince and government in the world. Section 20. Weakness of the argument. Although it is sufficient to point out that this argument leads to the same difficulties for those who use it, let's further examine its weakness. They claim that all men are born under government and therefore cannot start a new one. However, throughout history, there are countless examples of people withdrawing themselves from the jurisdiction and community they were born into and establishing new governments elsewhere. This resulted in the creation of numerous small commonwealths that multiplied until the stronger or more fortunate ones absorbed the weaker ones. These examples clearly demonstrate that paternal sovereignty was not the natural right that established governments in the beginning. If it were, there would have been only one universal monarchy, and people would not have been free to separate themselves and form their own distinct commonwealths and governments. Section 21. The practice of the world from its very beginning until now has been that being born under an established and ancient government with established laws and forms of government does not hinder the freedom of mankind any more than being born in the woods among unconfined inhabitants. Those who argue that being born under a government naturally makes us subjects to it and denies us any claim to the freedom of the state of nature have no reason to support this claim, except for paternal power, which we have already addressed. They argue that our fathers or ancestors gave up their natural liberty and thereby bound themselves and their descendants to perpetual subjection to the government they submitted to. It is true that any engagements or promises an individual makes for themselves, they are obligated to fulfill, but they cannot bind their children or descendants through any agreement. A son, when he becomes a man, is just as free as his father, and therefore, the father's actions cannot take away the son's liberty or the liberty of anyone else for that matter. The father may attach conditions to the land he possesses as a subject of a commonwealth, which may require his son to be a member of that community if he wants to inherit his father's possessions. This is because the land is the father's property, and he can dispose of it as he wishes. Section 22. This misunderstanding arises because commonwealths do not allow any part of their dominion to be dismembered or enjoyed by anyone outside of their community. Therefore, the son cannot usually enjoy his father's possessions except under the same terms his father did, by becoming a member of the society. By doing so, he willingly subjects himself to the government established there, just like any other subject of that commonwealth. The consent of freemen, who are born under a government and become members of it, is given separately as each individual comes of age, rather than collectively. Because of this, people do not take notice of it and mistakenly assume that they are naturally subjects simply because they are human beings. Section 23. However, governments themselves understand this differently. They do not claim power over the son simply because they had power over the father. They do not consider children to be their subjects solely based on their father's status. For example, if an English subject has a child with an English woman in France, whose subject is the child, not the King of England's, because the child must seek permission to be admitted to the privileges of English citizenship. Nor is the child automatically a subject of the King of France, as evidenced by the fact that the father has the liberty to bring the child away and raise them as he pleases. No one has ever been judged as a traitor or deserter for leaving or warring against a country simply because they were born there to alien parents. Therefore, both the practice of governments themselves and the law of right reason indicate that a child is born without allegiance to any country or government. The child is under the authority of their father until they reach the age of maturity, at which point they become a freeman and are free to choose which government to subject themselves to and which political body to join. If an Englishman's son, born in France, has this liberty, it is evident that there is no obligation on him based on his father's status as a subject of England, nor is he bound by any agreement made by his ancestors. By the same reasoning, why does not the son have the same liberty if he is born anywhere else? The power that a father naturally has over his children is the same regardless of where they are born, and the ties of natural obligations are not limited by the boundaries of kingdoms and commonwealths. Section 24. Every person is naturally free, as previously demonstrated, and nothing can subject them to any earthly power except their own consent. Therefore, we must consider what constitutes a sufficient declaration of a person's consent to make them subject to the laws of any government. There is a distinction between express and tacit consent that is relevant to our current discussion. It is widely accepted that express consent, such as an individual voluntarily joining a society, makes him a full member of that society and a subject of that government. The difficulty lies in determining what should be considered tacit consent and to what extent it binds an individual. In other words, how far can we consider someone to have consented and thereby submitted to a government when they have not explicitly expressed their consent? In my view, any person who possesses or enjoys any part of the territory governed by a government gives their tacit consent and is therefore obligated to obey the laws of that government for as long as they possess or enjoy such territory. This applies whether the possession is land owned by them and their heirs, a temporary lodging for a week, or even the act of freely traveling on a highway. In essence, it extends to the mere presence of any individual within the boundaries of that government. Section 25. To better understand this concept, it is important to recognize that when a person initially becomes a member of a commonwealth, they also, by joining, submit their possessions, both existing and future ones that are not already under the jurisdiction of another government, to the community. It would be contradictory for someone to enter into society with others for the purpose of securing and regulating property, only to claim that their land, which is subject to the laws of the society, should be exempt from the jurisdiction of that government. As the proprietor of the land, they themselves are subject to that government. By the same act, therefore, that someone joins a commonwealth and gives up their freedom, they also give up their possessions and become subject to the government of that commonwealth. Anyone who inherits, purchases, or otherwise enjoys land that is under the jurisdiction of a commonwealth must also submit to its government. This obligation to submit to the government only applies as long as the person is enjoying the land. If the owner decides to give up the land, they are free to join another commonwealth or start a new one in an unoccupied area. However, if someone has explicitly given their consent to be a member of a commonwealth, they are obligated to remain a subject of that commonwealth unless the government dissolves or removes them. Submitting to the laws of a country and enjoying its privileges and protection does not make someone a member of that society. It is simply a form of local protection and respect that is given to anyone within the territory of the government. Foreigners who live under another government and enjoy its privileges are not considered subjects or members of that commonwealth. To become a member, a person must enter into a positive engagement and make a promise or agreement. Chapter 9. The ends of political society and government. Section 1. If man is so free in the state of nature, why would he give up his freedom and subject himself to the control of another power? The answer is that even though he has the right to be free, the enjoyment of that freedom is uncertain and constantly threatened by others. In the state of nature, where everyone is equal and not bound by equity and justice, the ownership of property is unsafe and insecure. This is why man seeks to join society with others for the mutual preservation of their lives, liberties, and property. The primary purpose of men uniting into commonwealths and establishing governments is to preserve their property. In the state of nature, there are several things that are lacking. Firstly, there is no established law that is universally accepted as the standard of right and wrong. While the law of nature is clear to rational beings, individuals are often biased by their own interests and ignorant of the law, making it difficult to apply it to their specific cases. Secondly, in the state of nature, there is no impartial judge with the authority to settle disputes according to the established law. As everyone acts as their own judge and enforcer of the law, personal biases, passions, and revenge can lead to unfair outcomes. There is also a lack of concern for others' cases, leading to negligence and indifference. Thirdly, in the state of nature, there is often a lack of power to enforce and execute judgments. Those who commit injustice will use force to protect themselves, making it dangerous and potentially destructive for anyone who tries to punish them. Section 2. Thus, despite the privileges of living in a state of nature, mankind is in a difficult condition and is quickly driven into society. This is because the uncertainties and dangers of individuals punishing transgressions on their own lead them to seek refuge under established laws and government in order to protect their property. This willingness to give up their individual power of punishment and instead delegate it to those appointed by the community is the origin of both the legislative and executive power, as well as the governments and societies themselves. Section 3. In the state of nature, a man has two powers. The first is to do whatever he believes is necessary for his own preservation and the preservation of others, within the bounds of the law of nature. This law, which applies to all mankind, establishes a community and society that is distinct from all other creatures. If it weren't for the corruption and vices of degenerate men, there would be no need for any other form of association. However, due to the flaws of humanity, men find it necessary to form smaller and divided societies through positive agreements. Section 4. The first power, which allows individuals to act for their own preservation and the preservation of society, is given up to be regulated by laws made by the society. These laws, which are designed to ensure the preservation of the individual and the society, limit the liberty that was granted by the law of nature. Section 5. The second power, the power to punish crimes committed against the law of nature, is completely given up by individuals when they join a private or particular political society and become part of a separate commonwealth. Instead, individuals now rely on the executive power of the society to enforce the law. This is because in this new state, individuals benefit from the labor, assistance, and society of others in the same community, as well as protection from the community as a whole. In exchange for these benefits, individuals must sacrifice some of their natural liberty to provide for the common good, just as other members of society do. Section 6. When individuals enter into society, they give up their equality, liberty, and executive power to the society, with the intention of better preserving themselves, their liberty, and their property. The power of the society, or the legislative power established by the society, cannot extend beyond the common good. It is obligated to protect everyone's property and address the defects of the state of nature that made it unsafe and uncomfortable. Whoever holds the legislative or supreme power of a commonwealth is bound to govern according to established laws that are known to the people, rather than making decisions on the spot. They must rely on impartial judges to settle disputes and use the force of the community to enforce the laws and protect against foreign threats. All of this is done with the ultimate goal of maintaining peace, safety, and the public good of the people. Chapter 10. Forms of a Commonwealth. Section 1. The majority, upon the formation of society, naturally holds the entire power of the community. They can use this power to create laws and appoint officers to enforce those laws, resulting in a perfect democracy. Alternatively, they can entrust the power of making laws to a select few individuals and their successors, creating an oligarchy. They can also place the power in the hands of one person, resulting in a monarchy. If the power is passed down to the person's heirs, it becomes a hereditary monarchy. If the power is only granted for the person's lifetime and then reverts back to the community to choose a successor, it is an elective monarchy. The community can also create mixed forms of government by combining these different forms as they see fit. If the legislative power is initially given by the majority to one or more individuals for a limited time, and then reverts back to the community, they can choose to assign it to whomever they please, thus establishing a new form of government. The form of government depends on the placement of the supreme power, which is the legislative power. It is inconceivable for an inferior power to dictate to a superior power, so the form of the Commonwealth is determined by the placement of the power to make laws. Section 2. Definition of Commonwealth. When I use the term Commonwealth, I am referring to any independent community, not specifically a democracy or any particular form of government. The Latin word civitas signifies this type of community, and the closest equivalent in our language is commonwealth, which best expresses a society of individuals. The term community or city in English does not capture the same meaning, as there can be subordinate communities within a government. Furthermore, city in our language has a different connotation from commonwealth. To avoid confusion, I would like to use the word commonwealth in the sense that King James I used it. I believe this is its true meaning, but if anyone disagrees, I am willing to change it for a better term. Chapter 11. The extent of the legislative power. Section 1. The importance of legislative power. The primary purpose of individuals forming a society is to enjoy their properties in peace and safety. The laws established within that society serve as the crucial instrument for achieving this goal. Therefore, the first and fundamental positive law of all commonwealths is the establishment of the legislative power. Similarly, the first and fundamental natural law, which even governs the legislative itself, is the preservation of the society and, to the extent possible, the preservation of every individual within it. This legislative power is not only the supreme authority of the Commonwealth, but is also sacred and unalterable once entrusted to the hands of the community. No edict from any other source, regardless of its form or backing, can possess the force and obligation of a law without the sanction of the legislative power chosen and appointed by the public. Without this sanction, a law would lack the essential requirement for its validity, the consent of the society. No one can have the power to make laws over the society without their consent and the authority derived from them. Therefore, all obedience, bound by the most solemn ties, ultimately rests with this supreme power and is guided by the laws it enacts. No oaths to foreign or domestic powers can release any member of the society from their obligation to obey the legislative acting in accordance with their entrusted authority. Nor can these oaths compel obedience contrary to the laws enacted or beyond what they allow. It is absurd to imagine that one can be ultimately bound to obey any power in the society that is not the supreme authority. Section 2. Limitations of legislative power. Although the legislative power, whether held by one or more individuals, whether continuously in existence or periodic, is the supreme authority in every commonwealth, it cannot and should not possess absolute arbitrariness over the lives and fortunes of the people. This power is merely the collective power of every member of the society, which they relinquish to the person or assembly that acts as the legislator. Therefore, the legislative power can only have as much power as individuals had in a state of nature before forming a society and surrendering their power to the community. No one can transfer more power to another than they have themselves, and no one has absolute arbitrary power over themselves or others to take away life or property. As previously demonstrated, a person cannot subject themselves to the arbitrary power of another. In the state of nature, individuals have only the power granted by the law of nature to preserve themselves and others. This is all that they give up to the Commonwealth and, consequently, to the legislative power. Therefore, the legislative power can have no more than this. Its authority, at its utmost extent, is limited to the public good of the society. This power exists solely for preservation and, therefore, can never have the right to destroy, enslave, or intentionally impoverish the subjects. The obligations of the law of nature do not cease within society. Instead, in many cases, they are reinforced by human laws that attach known penalties to ensure compliance. Thus, the law of nature remains an eternal rule for all individuals, including legislators. The rules they establish for the actions of others must be in accordance with the law of nature, which is the will of God and the fundamental law of nature, aimed at preserving mankind. No human decree can be considered valid or justifiable if it contradicts this fundamental law. Section 3. The nature of laws and society. The purpose of laws, created for the purpose of maintaining order and governing human behavior, are not effective unless they take into account the inherent disobedience and rebelliousness of human nature. It is assumed that man, due to his corrupt mind, is no better than a wild beast. Therefore, laws must regulate external actions in a way that does not hinder the common good for which societies are formed. If laws fail to do this, they are imperfect. Section 4. The role of legislative authority. The legislative or supreme authority cannot rule through arbitrary decrees. Instead, it is obligated to administer justice and resolve disputes based on established laws and authorized judges. Since the law of nature is unwritten and exists only in the minds of men, it is difficult to correct any misinterpretations or misapplications of it without a recognized judge. This lack of clarity undermines the purpose of the law, which is to protect the rights and properties of individuals. In order to avoid these issues, people form societies where they can unite their strength to safeguard their properties and establish rules that define their rights. To achieve this, individuals relinquish their natural power to the society they join, entrusting the legislative power to those they deem suitable. This trust is based on the expectation that they will be governed by declared laws. Without such laws, their peace, security, and property remain uncertain, much like in the state of nature. Section 5. The dangers of arbitrary power. Absolute arbitrary power, or governing without established laws, is incompatible with the goals of society and government. People willingly enter into societies to preserve their lives, liberties, and fortunes and to ensure peace and order through defined rules of right and property. It is inconceivable that they would grant anyone absolute authority over their persons and estates, allowing the magistrate to enforce his unlimited will upon them. This would place them in a worse condition than in the state of nature, where they had the freedom to defend their rights against aggressors and were on equal footing to protect themselves. By surrendering themselves to the arbitrary power of a legislator, they disarm themselves and empower him to prey upon them at will. This situation is far worse than being subject to the arbitrary power of many individuals. No one can be certain that the will of the one in command is superior to that of others, even if his force is much greater. Therefore, regardless of the form of government, the ruling power must govern through established and recognized laws, rather than through impromptu commands and undetermined resolutions. Otherwise, humanity will be in a far worse condition than in the state of nature, as they would be forced to obey the excessive and unlimited decrees of a few individuals who possess the combined power of the multitude. In order to guide and justify their actions, the government's power, which exists for the good of society, should not be arbitrary but exercised through established and promulgated laws. This ensures that both the people know their responsibilities and are protected within the boundaries of the law, and the rulers are restrained and prevented from misusing their power for personal gain. Section 6. The protection of property. The supreme power cannot seize any part of an individual's property without their consent. Since the preservation of property is the primary purpose of government and the reason why people form societies, it is necessary to acknowledge that individuals have a right to their possessions. No one has the authority to take away their property without their consent. Without this consent, individuals have no property at all. It is absurd to suggest that by entering into society, individuals would lose what they sought to protect through the formation of society. I cannot truly claim ownership of something if another person can rightfully take it away from me whenever they please, against my will. Section 7. Limitations of legislative power. Property rights and arbitrary power. It is a mistake to believe that the supreme or legislative power of any commonwealth has the authority to do whatever it wants with the estates of its subjects or take any part of them at its pleasure. This may not be a significant concern in governments where the legislative consists of assemblies that are subject to the common laws of the country, just like the rest of the citizens. However, in governments where the legislative power is vested in a single permanent assembly or in one individual, such as in absolute monarchies, there is still a danger that those in power will view themselves as having a distinct interest from the rest of the community. Consequently, they may be inclined to increase their own wealth and power by taking whatever they please from the people. Even if there are good and fair laws in place to define the boundaries of property rights between individuals, a person's property is not secure if the one commanding the subjects has the power to take any part of it as they see fit and use it as they please. Section 8. Taxes and consent. Governments require substantial resources to be sustained, and it is reasonable for everyone who benefits from the protection of the government to contribute a portion of their wealth for its maintenance. However, this contribution must be given with the consent of the individual, or more accurately, the consent of the majority. This consent can be given either directly by the individuals themselves or through representatives chosen by them. If anyone claims the authority to impose taxes on the people without their consent, they are violating the fundamental law of property and undermining the purpose of government. After all, what property do I truly possess if another person can rightfully take it for themselves whenever they please? Section 9. Inalienable power of legislation. Furthermore, the legislative branch cannot transfer its power to make laws to any other entity. Since the legislative power is delegated by the people, those who hold this power cannot pass it on to others. Only the people themselves can establish the form of the Commonwealth by constituting the legislative and determining who will hold that power. Once the people have declared their willingness to be governed by laws made by certain individuals and in certain forms, no one else can impose laws upon them. The people can only be bound by laws enacted by those they have chosen and authorized to make laws on their behalf. The power of the legislative, derived from the people through a voluntary grant and institution, can only be what that grant conveys. Since the grant is solely to make laws and not to create legislators, the legislative branch has no authority to transfer its power to make laws to others. Section 10. Limits imposed by trust and natural law. These are the boundaries that the society's trust and the laws of God and nature have set for the legislative power of every commonwealth, regardless of its form of government. First, the legislative must govern according to established laws that are publicly known and not subject to change in specific cases. The same rule applies to both the rich and the poor, the favored individuals at court, and the common man working in the fields. Second, these laws should ultimately be designed for the benefit of the people. Third, taxes should not be imposed on the people's property without their consent, given either directly by themselves or through their chosen representatives. This limitation primarily applies to governments where the legislative is always in existence or where the people have not reserved any part of the legislative power to be exercised by deputies chosen periodically. Fourth, the legislative branch must neither attempt nor have the ability to transfer its power to make laws to any other entity or place it anywhere other than where the people have placed it. Chapter 12. The legislative, executive, and federative power of the Commonwealth. Section 1. The legislative power is the authority to determine how the force of the Commonwealth should be used to protect the community and its members. However, since laws that are constantly enforced can be created quickly, there is no need for the legislative power to be in constant existence. It would be a temptation for those who have the power to make laws to also have the power to execute them, as they could exempt themselves from obeying the laws and manipulate them for their own advantage. In well-ordered commonwealths, the legislative power is entrusted to various individuals who, when assembled, have the authority to make laws. Once the laws are made, these individuals are subject to the same laws, which serves as a reminder for them to act in the best interest of the public. Section 2. Laws that are made quickly and have a lasting effect require continuous execution and attention. Therefore, there needs to be a power that is always present to ensure the enforcement of these laws. This is why the legislative and executive powers are often separate. Section 3. In every commonwealth, there is another power that can be considered natural, as it corresponds to the power that every individual had before entering society. While members of a commonwealth are distinct from one another, they form a unified body in relation to the rest of mankind. Disputes between a member of the society and those outside of it are handled by the public, and any harm done to a member of the society is a concern for the entire community. Therefore, in this context, the entire community is like one body in a state of nature in relation to other states or individuals outside of its community. Section 4. This power encompasses matters of war and peace, alliances, and all interactions with individuals and communities outside of the Commonwealth. It can be referred to as the federative power if desired. Section 5. Although the executive and federative powers are distinct, they are often combined. The executive power involves the execution of laws within the society, while the federative power deals with the management of the public security and interests outside of the society. While the proper management of the federative power is crucial for the Commonwealth, it is less suited to be governed by pre-established laws compared to the executive power. Therefore, it must be left to the discretion and wisdom of those entrusted with this power to act in the best interest of the Commonwealth. Laws that govern the interactions between subjects within the society can be established in advance, but dealing with foreigners requires flexibility and adaptation based on their actions and changing interests. Section 6. Although the executive and federative powers are distinct, it is difficult to separate and assign them to different individuals simultaneously. Both powers require the use of force from the society, making it nearly impossible to place the force of the Commonwealth in separate and non-subordinate hands. If the executive and federative powers were placed in separate individuals, it could lead to disorder and ruin. Chapter 13. The subordination of the powers of the Commonwealth. Section 1. In a properly established Commonwealth, where it operates according to its nature, which is to preserve the community, there can only be one supreme power, which is the legislative power. All other powers must be subordinate to the legislative power. However, since the legislative power is a fiduciary power acting for specific purposes, the people still retain a supreme power to remove or alter the legislative power if they find that it acts contrary to the trust placed in it. When a power is given with trust to achieve a certain end, it is limited by that end. If the end is clearly neglected or opposed, the trust is forfeited, and the power returns to the hands of those who granted it. They may then choose to place it elsewhere for their safety and security, and so, the community always has the ultimate power to protect themselves from the attempts and plans of anyone, including their legislators, who are foolish or wicked enough to plot against the freedoms and property of the people. No person or group of people can willingly give up their own preservation or the means to achieve it to the absolute will and arbitrary rule of another. If anyone tries to subject them to such a slavish condition, the community will always have the right to preserve what they cannot give up and to remove those who violate this fundamental, sacred, and unchangeable law of self-preservation, which was the reason they came together as a society. In this respect, the community can be considered as always having the supreme power. However, this power of the people can only be exercised when the government is dissolved. While the government is still in existence, the legislative branch is the supreme power. This is because the legislative branch, which has the authority to make laws for all parts of society and every member of the community, is superior to any other power within the society. All other powers, whether held by individuals or groups within the society, are derived from and subordinate to the legislative branch. In some commonwealths, where the legislative branch is not always in session and the executive power is vested in a single person who also has a role in the legislative branch, that individual can also be considered supreme in a reasonable sense. However, this does not mean that they possess all the supreme power, which is the power to make laws. Instead, they have the supreme power of execution, from which all other subordinate powers of inferior magistrates are derived. Since there is no legislative authority higher than them, as no law can be made without their consent, they can be considered supreme in this sense. However, it should be noted that the oaths of allegiance and fealty taken to this individual are not to them as the supreme legislator, but as the supreme executor of the law made by a joint power with others. Allegiance is simply obedience to the law, and if this individual violates the law, they have no right to obedience. They can only claim obedience as the public person vested with the power of the law, acting as the image or representative of the Commonwealth, whose will is expressed in its laws. In this capacity, they have no will or power other than that of the law. However, if they act according to their own private will and not the public will, they degrade themselves and become a single private person without any authority or right to obedience. Members of the society owe obedience only to the public will of the society. Section 2. The executive power, when placed in anyone other than a person who also has a role in the legislative branch, is visibly subordinate and accountable to the legislative branch. It can be changed or removed at will. Therefore, it is not the supreme executive power that is exempt from subordination, but rather the supreme executive power vested in someone who has no distinct superior legislative authority to be subordinate and accountable to, unless they themselves choose to be. This means that they are only subordinate to the extent that they deem necessary, which is likely to be very little. As for other ministerial and subordinate powers within a commonwealth, they do not have any authority beyond what is delegated to them by positive grant and commission. They are all accountable to some other power within the commonwealth. It is not necessary, and in fact not even convenient, for the legislative branch to be always in session. However, it is absolutely necessary for the executive power to always be in place, as there is not always a need for new laws to be made, but there is always a need for the execution of existing laws. When the legislative branch entrusts the execution of laws to others, they still have the power to take it back if they find cause, and to punish any wrongdoing in the administration of the laws. The same applies to the federative power, which is also ministerial and subordinate to the legislative branch, which, as previously explained, is the supreme power in a constituted commonwealth. If the legislative branch consists of multiple persons, they may assemble and exercise their legislative power at the time specified in their original constitution or their own adjournment, or whenever they please if no specific time has been appointed. The supreme power is always vested in them by the people, and they may exercise it whenever they choose, unless their original constitution limits them to certain seasons or they have adjourned to a specific time. When that time comes, they have the right to assemble and act once again. Section 3. The power of choosing representatives if the legislative, or any part of it, is made up of representatives chosen by the people for a limited time, who then return to being ordinary citizens and have no further role in the legislature unless chosen again. The power to choose must also be exercised by the people. This can be done either at specific appointed times or when they are summoned to do so. In the latter case, the power to call for the legislative to convene is usually given to the executive, with two limitations regarding time. Either the original constitution requires the legislative to meet and act at certain intervals, and the executive simply issues directions for their election and assembly according to proper procedures. Or, it is left to the executive's discretion to call for new elections when the public needs the amendment or creation of laws, or the prevention or resolution of any issues that affect or threaten the people. Section 4. The use of force against the legislative. It may be asked, what if the executive, who possesses the force of the Commonwealth, uses that force to prevent the meeting and functioning of the legislative when the original constitution or public needs require it? I say that using force against the people without authority and against the trust placed in the executive is an act of war against the people. They have the right to reinstate their legislative and exercise their power. When a legislative body is established with the intention of making laws at specific times or when necessary, and they are prevented from doing so by force, which is crucial for the society's safety and well-being, the people have the right to remove that force by using force themselves. In all situations, the appropriate response to force without authority is to oppose it. The use of force without authority always puts the person using it in a state of war as the aggressor and makes them liable to be treated accordingly. Section 5. The power of convening and dismissing the legislative. The power to call for the assembly and dismissal of the legislative, given to the executive, does not give the executive superiority over the legislative. Instead, it is a fiduciary trust placed in the executive for the safety of the people in a situation where the unpredictable nature of human affairs cannot be governed by a fixed rule. It is not possible for the creators of a government to foresee future events with such accuracy that they can establish precise periods for the legislative to convene and continue in all future times, which would perfectly address all the needs of the Commonwealth. The best solution for this limitation is to entrust this responsibility to someone who is always present and whose duty is to safeguard the public good. Constant and frequent meetings of the legislative, as well as long durations of their assemblies without necessary cause, would burden the people and eventually lead to more dangerous problems. However, there may be urgent situations that require their immediate assistance. Delaying their convening could endanger the public. Additionally, their workload may be significant, making the limited time of their sessions insufficient for their work and depriving the public of the benefits that can only come from their thoughtful deliberation. In such cases, what can be done to prevent the community from being exposed to significant risks due to fixed intervals and periods for the legislative's meeting and functioning? The answer is to entrust this responsibility to someone who is aware of the state of public affairs and can use this prerogative for the public good. And who better than the person entrusted with the execution of laws for the same purpose? Therefore, if the regulation of the times for the legislative to convene and sit is not determined by the original constitution, it naturally falls into the hands of the executive. However, it is not an arbitrary power based on the executive's whim, but a trust given to them to exercise for the public welfare as circumstances and changes in affairs may require. Whether having fixed periods for their convening, granting the prince the liberty to call for the legislative, or a combination of both, has fewer disadvantages is not the focus here. The aim is to demonstrate that although the executive may have the prerogative to convene and dissolve these legislative assemblies, it does not make them superior to the legislative. Section 6. Changes in representation. The world is in a constant state of flux, and nothing remains the same for long. People, wealth, trade, and power change their locations. Once flourishing cities can fall into ruin and become neglected and desolate, while previously unpopulated areas can become thriving countries filled with wealth and inhabitants. However, these changes do not always occur equally, and private interests often maintain customs and privileges even when their reasons have ceased. This can lead to a situation in governments where part of the legislative consists of representatives chosen by the people, where over time, this representation becomes unequal and disproportionate to the original reasons for its establishment. The absurdities that can arise from blindly following customs when reason is no longer present are evident when we see that a mere name of a town, which no longer exists and has fewer inhabitants than a shepherd, can send as many representatives to the Grand Assembly of Lawmakers as an entire populous and wealthy county. These strangers are amazed at, and everyone must admit that it needs a solution. Although most people find it difficult to find one because the constitution of the legislative is the original and supreme act of society, preceding all positive laws and dependent entirely on the people, no lower power can change it. Therefore, once the legislative is established, the people have no power to act as long as the government exists. This inconvenience is considered incapable of a remedy. The principle Salus Populi Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law, is certainly a just and fundamental rule. If the executive, who has the power to convene the legislative, determines the number of members based on true reason and the true proportion of representation, rather than old custom, in all places that have the right to be represented distinctly, which no part of the people can claim except in proportion to the assistance it provides to the public, it cannot be seen as setting up a new legislative, but rather as restoring the old and true one, and rectifying the disorders that time has introduced. When the executive brings representation closest to fairness and equality, they are a true friend and supporter of the government and will gain the consent and approval of the community. Prerogative is simply a power in the hands of the prince to provide for the public good in unforeseen and uncertain situations that cannot be directed by fixed laws. Anything done manifestly for the good of the people and the establishment of the government on its true foundations is always just prerogative. The power to establish new corporations and, therefore, new representatives implies that over time, the measures of representation may vary. Those places that previously had no right to be represented now have a just claim, while those that were previously entitled may become too insignificant for such a privilege. It is not a change from the present state, caused by corruption or decay, that undermines the government, but rather the tendency to harm or oppress the people and create a distinction and unequal subjection among different parts or parties. Anything that is acknowledged to be advantageous to society and the people in general, based on just and lasting measures, will always justify itself. When the people choose their representatives based on fair and undeniably equal measures, suitable to the original framework of the government, it cannot be doubted that it is the will and action of the society. Chapter 14. Prerogative. Section 1. In systems where the legislative and executive powers are separate, as in moderated monarchies and well-framed governments, it is necessary to leave certain matters to the discretion of the executive. The legislators cannot foresee and provide for everything that may benefit the community. Therefore, the executor of the laws, having the power in their hands, has the right, based on the common law of nature, to use it for the good of the society in cases where the municipal law provides no direction until the legislative can convene to address it. There are many things that the law cannot provide for, and these must be left to the discretion of the executive, to be ordered as the public good and advantage require. In fact, in some cases, it is appropriate for the laws themselves to yield to the executive power or, rather, to this fundamental law of nature and government, the preservation of all members of society as much as possible. Strictly adhering to the laws can sometimes do harm, such as not demolishing an innocent person's house to stop a fire when the neighboring house is burning. Sometimes, a person may come under the reach of the law for an action that deserves reward and pardon, without any distinction of persons. Therefore, it is fitting for the ruler to have the power to mitigate the severity of the law and pardon certain offenders. The end goal of government is the preservation of all, and even the guilty should be spared if it does not harm the innocent. This power to act according to discretion for the public good, even without the prescription of the law and sometimes against it, is called prerogative. In governments where the lawmaking power is not always in session and is usually too numerous and slow for efficient execution, and where it is impossible to foresee and provide for all accidents and necessities that may concern the public, there is a latitude left to the executive power to make choices that the laws do not prescribe. This power, when used for the benefit of the community and in line with the trust and goals of the government, is unquestionably prerogative and is never questioned by the people. The people rarely scrutinize prerogative as long as it is reasonably employed for the intended purpose, which is the good of the people and not clearly against it. However, if there is a dispute between the executive power and the people regarding something claimed as a prerogative, the impact of exercising that prerogative on the good or harm of the people will easily resolve the question. Section 2. The evolution of government in the early stages of government. When commonwealths were similar to families in terms of population size, there were only a few laws. The rulers, acting as fathers, took care of the people and made decisions based on their well-being. However, when weak princes began to misuse their power for personal gain instead of the public good, the people had to establish laws to limit the prerogative. These limitations were necessary in cases where the rulers did not use their power for the benefit of the people. The people did not encroach upon the prerogative, rather, they clarified that the power given to the rulers was intended for their good. Any changes made to the government that aim to promote the common good cannot be considered encroachments, as the purpose of government is to serve the community. Encroachments only occur when actions hinder the public good. Section 3. Misconceptions about government. It is a misconception to claim that the people encroach upon the prerogative when they define certain aspects of it through laws. In doing so, they are not taking away anything that rightfully belonged to the prince. Instead, they are declaring that the power granted to the ruler, which was originally left to their discretion, should be used for the good of the people. The end goal of government is to benefit the community, and any modifications made to achieve this goal cannot be considered encroachments. Those who argue otherwise suggest that the prince has a separate interest from the well-being of the community, which leads to the problems and disorders often seen in monarchies. If this were true, it would mean that the people, under the prince's rule, are not a society of rational beings who have established a community for their mutual good. Instead, they would be seen as inferior beings under the dominion of a master who uses them solely for his own pleasure or profit. However, if men were truly rational, they would not willingly subject themselves to such harmful conditions. Prerogative, in this context, could indeed be an arbitrary power used to harm the people. Section 4. The nature of prerogative. However, since rational beings would not willingly subject themselves to harm, prerogative cannot be seen as an arbitrary power used to harm the people. Instead, it is the people permitting their rulers to make certain decisions, even in the absence of specific laws, for the public good. Prerogative arises from the people's acceptance of their rulers' actions, even when they go against the letter of the law. A good prince, who is mindful of his responsibility and cares for the well-being of his people, can never have too much prerogative, as it allows him to do good. On the other hand, a weak and ill-intentioned prince who claims prerogative for his own benefit, separate from the public interest, gives the people a reason to assert their rights and limit that power. The people were content to allow the exercise of prerogative as long as it was used for their benefit. However, when the actions of good rulers were used as precedents by their successors to justify harmful actions, it led to conflicts and public disorders. It took time for the people to reclaim their original rights and declare that actions harmful to them were never part of prerogative. It is impossible for anyone in society to have the right to harm the people, but it is reasonable for the people to not place limits on the prerogative of rulers who do not exceed the bounds of the public good. Prerogative is simply the power to do good for the public without being bound by specific rules. Section 5. The role of good princes throughout the history of England. Prerogative was most extensive in the hands of wise and virtuous princes. The people observed that their actions were always aimed at the public good, and therefore did not contest their decisions made outside the boundaries of the law. Even when these rulers made small deviations from the public good due to human fallibility, their overall conduct demonstrated a commitment to the welfare of the people. The people were satisfied with these princes and allowed them to expand their prerogative as they pleased, as long as it did not harm the laws that were founded on the principle of the public good. Section 6. The dangers of good princes. It is often said that the reign of good princes poses the greatest threat to the liberties of the people. This is because when their successors, with different intentions, use the actions of these good rulers as precedents to justify their own prerogative, it can lead to conflicts and public disorders. It takes time for the people to reclaim their original rights and establish that actions done for the good of the people were never part of prerogative. It is impossible for anyone in society to have the right to harm the people. However, it is possible and reasonable for the people to not set limits on the prerogative of rulers who do not exceed the bounds of the public good. Prerogative is simply the power to do good for the public without being bound by specific rules. Section 7. The power to call parliaments in England, including the specific time, place, and duration, is definitely a prerogative of the king. However, it comes with the responsibility of using it for the benefit of the nation, as the needs of the times and various occasions require. Since it is impossible to always predict the most suitable place and season for Parliament to assemble, the choice was left to the executive power, in order to serve the public good and align with the goals of parliaments. Section 8. The question arises regarding who should judge whether this power is being used properly. The answer is that there can be no judge on earth between an executive power with such a prerogative and a legislative power that depends on the executive's will to convene. Similarly, there can be no judge between the legislative power and the people, should either the executive or legislative, once in power, attempt to enslave or destroy them. In such cases, the people have no other recourse but to appeal to heaven. When rulers attempt to exercise a power that the people never granted them, they are acting beyond their rights. When the people or an individual is deprived of their rights or subjected to an unjust exercise of power without any earthly appeal, they have the liberty to appeal to heaven when they deem it necessary. Although the people cannot be the ultimate judge, as there is no superior power established by the society to make a final decision in such cases, they have reserved the right to judge whether they have just cause to make their appeal to heaven. This judgment cannot be relinquished, as it is not within a person's power to submit themselves to another in a way that allows them to be destroyed. God and nature do not permit a person to abandon themselves to the neglect of their own preservation. Since a person cannot take their own life, they also cannot give another the power to take it. It should not be assumed that this creates a perpetual foundation for disorder. This principle only comes into effect when the inconvenience becomes so great that the majority feels it and becomes weary of it, necessitating a change. However, wise rulers or the executive power should never put themselves in danger of reaching such a point, as it is the most dangerous situation of all. Chapter 15. Paternal, political, and despotical power considered together. Section 1. Although I have discussed these powers separately before, recent misunderstandings about government, which I believe have arisen from confusing these distinct powers, make it worthwhile to consider them together here. Section 2. First, let's examine paternal or parental power. This refers to the authority that parents have over their children to govern them for their children's well-being until they reach the age of reason or a state of knowledge where they are capable of understanding and abiding by the rules, whether those rules are derived from the law of nature or the laws of their country. They should be capable of knowing and following these rules, just like other individuals who live as free citizens under the same laws. The affection and care that parents naturally feel towards their children indicate that this power is not intended to be a harsh and arbitrary form of governance, but rather a means of helping, instructing, and preserving their offspring. However, it is important to note that this power does not extend to the authority to decide matters of life and death over their children at any time, any more than it does over anyone else. Furthermore, there is no justification for parents to keep their adult children subservient to their will beyond the obligations of respect, honor, gratitude, assistance, and support that arise from having received life and education from their parents. Therefore, while paternal power is a natural form of governance, it does not encompass the scope and jurisdiction of political power. The power of the father does not extend to the property of the child, as the child has the right to dispose of their own property. Section 3. Secondly, political power refers to the power that every individual possesses in the state of nature and voluntarily relinquishes to society and its appointed governors. This power is entrusted to the society with the explicit or implicit expectation that it will be used for the common good and the protection of individuals' property. In the state of nature, every person has the right to use whatever means they deem necessary, according to their own judgment and in accordance with nature, to preserve their property. They also have the right to punish those who violate the laws of nature in a way that, in their best judgment, contributes to their own preservation and the preservation of humanity as a whole. Therefore, the purpose and scope of this power, when it is in the hands of every individual in the state of nature, is to preserve the lives, liberties, and possessions of all members of society, which includes all of mankind. Consequently, when this power is in the hands of the magistrate, its purpose and scope remain the same, to preserve the lives, liberties, and possessions of the members of society. It cannot be an absolute and arbitrary power over their lives and fortunes, as these must be preserved to the greatest extent possible. Instead, it is a power to create laws and impose penalties that serve the preservation of the whole society by removing those corrupt elements that pose a threat to the well-being of the sound and healthy members, and this power originates solely from a compact and agreement, and the mutual consent of those who make up the community. Thirdly, despotic power is an absolute, arbitrary power that one person has over another, to take away their life whenever they please. This power is not given by nature, as there is no distinction made between one person and another, nor can it be conveyed through a compact. Man does not have such an arbitrary power over his own life, so he cannot give another person such power. Instead, it is the result of forfeiting one's own life when entering a state of war with another. By abandoning reason and using the force of war to achieve unjust ends, an individual becomes like a wild beast or noxious brute, and therefore can be destroyed by the injured party and others who join in the execution of justice. Only captives taken in a just and lawful war are subject to despotic power, which arises from the state of war and cannot be governed by a compact. Once a person is master of their own life, the despotic, arbitrary power of their captor ceases. Nature gives paternal power to parents for the benefit of their children during their minority, to provide for their lack of ability and understanding in managing their property. Voluntary agreement gives political power to governors for the benefit of their subjects, to ensure the possession and use of their properties. Forfeiture gives despotical power to lords for their own benefit over those who have been stripped of all property. It is clear that paternal power falls short of the power of the magistrate, just as despotical power exceeds it. Absolute dominion is not a form of civil society, but rather is inconsistent with it, just as slavery is inconsistent with property. Paternal power is only applicable when a child is incapable of managing their property due to their minority. Political power is applicable when individuals have property at their disposal, and despotical power is applicable to those who have no property at all. Chapter 16. Conquest. Section 1. Though governments can only originate from the consent of the people, the disorders caused by ambition have led many to mistake the force of arms for the consent of the people, and consider conquest as one of the origins of government. However, conquest does not establish a government, just as demolishing a house does not build a new one in its place. Conquest may pave the way for a new form of a commonwealth by destroying the previous one, but it can never establish a new one without the consent of the people. It is widely agreed that an aggressor who puts themselves in a state of war with another and unjustly invades another person's rights cannot gain a right over the conquered through such an unjust war. This holds true for robbers and pirates as well, who do not have a right of empire over those they have enough force to dominate. It is also not binding for individuals to fulfill promises that are extorted from them through unlawful force. If a robber were to break into my house and threaten me with a dagger to sign deeds transferring my property to him, would this give him any rightful claim? Similarly, an unjust conqueror who forces me into submission through their sword has no rightful claim. The injury and crime are equal, regardless of whether it is committed by a crowned ruler or a petty criminal. The title and number of followers of the offender do not make a difference in the offense, unless it is to aggravate it. The only difference is that great robbers punish the smaller ones to maintain their obedience, while the great ones are rewarded with accolades and triumphs because they are too powerful for the weak hands of justice in this world. They possess the power that should be used to punish offenders. What is my recourse against a robber who breaks into my house? I appeal to the law for justice. However, justice may be denied or I may be incapacitated and unable to seek it, having been robbed and left without the means to do so. Section 2. Seeking remedy. If God has taken away all means of seeking remedy, there is nothing left but patience. However, my son, when he is able, may seek relief through the law, which I am denied. He or his son may continue to appeal until they regain their rights. Unfortunately, the conquered and their children have no court or arbitrator on earth to appeal to. In this case, they may appeal to heaven, just as Jephthah did, and repeat their appeal until they have regained the rights of their ancestors. Their ancestors had the right to be governed by a legislative body approved by the majority and freely accepted by all. Some may argue that this would cause endless trouble. However, I would argue that it would cause no more trouble than seeking justice, which is open to all who appeal to it. Those who unjustly trouble their neighbors are punished by the court of justice they appeal to. Similarly, those who appeal to heaven must ensure that they have right on their side and a cause worth the trouble and cost of the appeal. They will be held accountable at a tribunal that cannot be deceived and will retribute to each person according to the harm they have caused to their fellow citizens. Therefore, it is clear that those who conquer in an unjust war have no claim to the subjection and obedience of the conquered. Section 3. The power of a conqueror. Now, let us consider a conqueror in a lawful war and examine the power he gains and over whom. First, it is evident that he does not gain power over those who fought alongside him. Those who fought on his side cannot suffer from the conquest and must remain as free as they were before. In most cases, they serve under certain conditions and agreements to share in the spoils and other advantages that come with victory. They may even receive a portion of the conquered territory. The conquering people themselves should not become slaves by conquest, wearing their laurels only to symbolize sacrifice for their leader's triumph. Those who establish absolute monarchies based on the power of the sword forget that they had officers and soldiers who fought alongside them and assisted in the conquest or shared in the possession of the conquered lands. Some claim that the English monarchy is founded on the Norman conquest, and that our princes have a right to absolute dominion. Even if this were true, which the history suggests otherwise, and William had the right to wage war on this island, his dominion by conquest would only extend to the Saxons and Britons who were inhabitants at the time. The Normans who came with him and helped conquer, as well as their descendants, are freemen and not subjects by conquest. It would be difficult to prove otherwise if someone, including myself, were to claim freedom derived from them. The law does not distinguish between the two, indicating that there should be no difference in their freedom or privileges. Section 4. The power of a conqueror over the conquered. Now, let us suppose that the conquerors and the conquered never integrate into one people under the same laws and freedom. In this case, let us examine the power a lawful conqueror has over the subdued, and I assert that it is purely despotic. The conqueror has absolute power over the lives of those who have forfeited them through an unjust war. However, he does not have power over the lives or fortunes of those who did not engage in the war, nor over the possessions of those who were involved in it. Section 5. Guilt and innocence in war. Furthermore, I argue that a conqueror only has power over those who have actively assisted, concurred, or consented to the unjust force used against him. The people, having not given their governors the power to commit unjust acts such as waging an unjust war, for they themselves never possessed such power, should not be held guilty for the violence and injustice committed in such a war unless they actively supported it. They should not be considered guilty of any oppression or violence their governors inflict upon the people or any fellow subjects. The people have not empowered their governors to engage in either. Conquerors often neglect to make this distinction and willingly allow the chaos of war to sweep everyone together. However, this does not change the truth. The conqueror's power over the lives of the conquered exists solely because they used force to commit or maintain an injustice. Therefore, the conqueror can only exercise that power over those who participated in that force. All others are innocent, and he has no rightful claim over the people of that country who have not harmed him and therefore have not forfeited their lives. He has no more authority over them than he does over any other person who has lived on fair terms with him, without causing harm or provocation. Section 6. The power of a just conqueror. Lastly, let us consider the power a conqueror gains over those he defeats in a just war. This power is completely despotic. He has absolute power over the lives of those who, by engaging in a state of war, have forfeited their lives. However, he does not gain a right or title to their possessions. This may seem like a strange doctrine, as it goes against the common practice of the world. It is often said that someone conquered a country, as if conquest automatically grants ownership. Section 7. The use of force in war. The unjust use of force. When we consider the actions of the strong and powerful, we must acknowledge that their practices, no matter how widespread, are seldom morally right. However, it is part of the subjugation of the conquered to accept the conditions imposed upon them by the conquering force. Section 8. The state of war. In all wars, there is usually a combination of force and harm, and the aggressor often inflicts damage upon the property of those they wage war against. However, it is the use of force alone that initiates a state of war. Whether the aggressor initiates the injury through force, or commits the injury through deceit and refuses to make amends, maintaining it by force, which is essentially the same as initiating it with force, it is the unjust use of force that brings about the war. For example, if someone breaks into my house and forcibly ejects me, or if they peacefully enter my house and then use force to keep me out, the effect is the same. This assumes that we are in a state where there is no common judge on earth to whom I can appeal, and to whom we are both obligated to submit. It is this unjust use of force that puts a person into a state of war with another, and as a result, the aggressor forfeits their own life. By abandoning reason, which is the guiding principle in interactions between individuals, and resorting to force, which is the behavior of beasts, the aggressor becomes vulnerable to being destroyed by the person they used force against, just as a savage and dangerous beast would be. Section 9. The innocent children. The innocence of children, however, because the wrongdoings of the father should not be attributed to the children, and the children themselves may be rational and peaceful, despite the father's brutishness and injustice, the father can only forfeit his own life through his actions, and does not involve his children in his guilt or destruction. The goods that naturally belong to the children, intended to preserve their lives, continue to belong to them. Assuming the children did not participate in the war due to their infancy, absence, or choice, they have done nothing to forfeit their rights to those goods. Therefore, the conqueror has no right to seize those goods simply by virtue of having defeated the father who attempted to harm him through force. However, the conqueror may have some right to those goods in order to compensate for the damages incurred during the war and the defense of his own rights. The extent to which this right extends to the possessions of the conquered will be discussed later. Thus, the conqueror who has the right to destroy a person through conquest does not automatically have the right to possess and enjoy their estate. It is the brutal force used by the aggressor that gives their adversary the right to take away their life and destroy them if they so choose, treating them as a dangerous creature. However, it is the damages suffered that give the adversary the right to the aggressor's goods. For example, while I may kill a thief who attacks me on the highway, I may not, which seems less severe, take away their money and let them go, as this would be considered robbery on my part. The thief's use of force and initiation of a state of war may result in the forfeiture of their life, but it does not give me the right to take their goods. Therefore, the right of conquest only extends to the lives of those who participated in the war, not to their estates. It is only meant to serve as reparation for the damages suffered and the costs of the war, while still preserving the rights of innocent wives and children. Section 10. The rights of innocent wives and children. Even if the conqueror has the utmost justice on their side, they have no right to seize more than what the vanquished could forfeit. The life of the vanquished is at the mercy of the victor, and the victor may appropriate their services and goods to seek reparation. However, the conqueror cannot take the goods of the vanquished's wife and children. The wife and children also have a rightful claim to the goods enjoyed by the vanquished. For instance, if I, in the state of nature, which applies to all commonwealths in relation to each other, have harmed another person and refuse to provide compensation, it leads to a state of war where my defense of what I unjustly acquired makes me the aggressor. If I am then conquered, my life, though forfeit, is at the mercy of the conqueror, but the lives of my wife and children are not. They did not initiate or participate in the war, and therefore, their lives cannot be forfeited. My wife had a share in my estate, which I could not forfeit. Similarly, my children, being born of me, have a right to be supported by my labor or resources. So, here is the situation. The conqueror has a right to reparation for the damages suffered, and the children have a right to their father's estate for their survival. As for the wife's share, whether it is based on her own labor or an agreement, it is evident that her husband cannot forfeit what is rightfully hers. What should be done in this case? The answer lies in the fundamental law of nature, which dictates that everything should be preserved as much as possible. Therefore, if there is not enough to fully satisfy both the conqueror's losses and the children's needs, the one who has more than enough should waive some of their full compensation and give way to the pressing and more important claim of those who are in danger of perishing without it. Section 11. The rights of conquerors. The value of spoils. In considering the rights of conquerors, we must first address the question of whether the damages and expenses of war justify their claim to the conquered land. Even if the conqueror were to receive full compensation for the costs incurred during the war, including the total destruction of the vanquished's possessions, this alone does not grant them a legitimate title to the conquered territory. The damages inflicted during war rarely amount to the value of a significant piece of land, especially in a world where all land is already owned and utilized. If I have not taken away the conqueror's land, which is impossible for me to do as the vanquished, then any other spoils I may have acquired cannot compare in value to what I have lost. Assuming both lands are equally cultivated and of similar size, the destruction of a year or two of production is the most that can be done. As for money and other treasures taken, their value is purely imaginary and holds no intrinsic worth according to nature. Therefore, they should not be considered in determining the conqueror's right to the land. Section 12. The inheritance of land. Furthermore, the inheritance of land is more valuable than the temporary damage caused by war. In a situation where all the land is owned and utilized, the perpetual possession of land outweighs the spoils of war. Even half a year's worth of production is worth more than the right to inherit land, especially when there is unused land available for anyone to claim. Conquerors, however, do not prioritize acquiring the lands of the vanquished. Therefore, any harm suffered by individuals in the state of nature, such as princes and governments in relation to each other, does not grant a conqueror the power to dispossess the descendants of the vanquished. The conqueror may consider themselves the master, but this does not give them any legitimate title beyond the use of force. If the strongest individual has the right to seize whatever they please, then this logic would justify any act of seizure by the strongest. Section 13. The rights of the subdued. Therefore, those who joined the conqueror in the war, as well as those in the conquered country who did not oppose him, and even the descendants of those who did, are not subjected to the conqueror's dominion. Even in a just war, the conqueror does not have the right to rule over them. They are free from any subjection to the conqueror, and if their previous government has been dissolved, they are at liberty to establish a new one for themselves. Section 14. Consent and force. It is true that the conqueror often compels submission from the conquered through force, forcing them to accept the government he imposes upon them. However, we must question the legitimacy of this right. If it is argued that they submit willingly, then this implies that their consent is necessary for the conqueror to have a legitimate claim to rule over them. However, promises extracted by force, without rightful authority, cannot be considered as true consent, and therefore, do not bind the individual. Whatever is obtained from me by force, I still retain the right to, and the one who took it is obliged to return it immediately. Just as someone who forcibly takes my horse must return it, I also have the right to retake it. The same principle applies to promises obtained through force. The person who forced the promise should immediately release me from the obligation, or I may choose whether or not to fulfill it. The laws of nature, which impose obligations based on their own rules, cannot oblige me to violate those rules. Thus, extorting anything from me by force does not change the situation. Therefore, promises obtained through force have no binding power. Section 15. Obligations of the conqueror. From all of this, it follows that the government imposed by a conqueror through force upon the subdued, when the conqueror had no rightful claim to wage war against them or when they did not participate in the war against him, does not carry any obligation for the subdued. Section 16. The rights of children. Now, let us consider a scenario where all members of a community, being part of the same political body, are deemed to have participated in the unjust war in which they were conquered, and thus their lives are at the mercy of the conqueror. In this case, it is important to note that this does not apply to their children who are still minors. Since a father does not possess the power to control the life or liberty of his child, no action of the father can forfeit the child's freedom. Therefore, the children, regardless of what may have happened to their fathers, are free individuals. The absolute power of the conqueror extends only to the individuals who were subdued by him and ceases to exist with them. Even if the conqueror were to govern them as slaves under his absolute and arbitrary power, he does not possess the right to dominion over their children. Section 17. The natural rights of man. Consent and authority. No one can have power over others without their consent. Even if someone is forced to say or do something, their compliance is not a lawful authority. True authority can only come from the free will and choice of the people. Section 18. Two inherent rights. Every person is born with two fundamental rights. Firstly, the right to personal freedom, which cannot be controlled by anyone else. Secondly, the right to inherit their father's property alongside their siblings. Section 19. Freedom from subjection by the first right. A person is naturally free from being subjected to any government, even if they are born within its jurisdiction. However, if they reject the lawful government of their birth country, they must also relinquish the rights and possessions they inherited from their ancestors, provided that the government was established with their ancestors' consent. Section 20. Shaking off tyranny through the second right. The inhabitants of a country who are descendants of those who were conquered and forced into submission retain the right to their ancestral possessions, even if they do not willingly consent to the government imposed upon them. The first conqueror never had a legitimate claim to the land, so the descendants of those who were oppressed have the right to overthrow the unjust government and free themselves from tyranny until they have a government that they willingly consent to. Section 21. Property rights. No government can demand obedience from a people who have not freely consented to it. In order for individuals to be considered free, they must have the ability to choose their government and representatives or have a set of laws to which they have given their consent. They must also have the right to own property, which means that no one can take away their possessions without their consent. Without these conditions, individuals are not truly free but are instead slaves under the force of war. Section 22. It's of conquest. Obligations to God and nature. While it may be debated whether princes are exempt from the laws of their country, it is undeniable that they are bound by the laws of God and nature. No one, not even the most powerful ruler, can escape the obligations imposed by these eternal laws. Promises, grants, and oaths are binding even on the Almighty. The claims of earthly rulers, no matter how grand, pale in comparison to the greatness of God. Section 23. Conquest and rights. In the case of conquest, the conqueror has a despotic right over the individuals who actively participated in the war against them. They also have the right to seek compensation for their losses from the labor and property of those individuals, as long as they do not infringe upon the rights of others. Chapter 17. Usurpation. Section 1. In modern American English, if there were any individuals who did not agree to the war, or over the children of the captives themselves, or the possessions of either, he has no power. Therefore, he cannot claim lawful dominion over them or pass it down to his descendants. Instead, he becomes an aggressor if he attempts to take their properties, thereby putting himself in a state of war against them. He has no more right to rule than Hinger or Hubba, the Danes, had in England, or Spartacus would have had if he had conquered Italy. The yoke will be cast off as soon as those under their subjection have the courage and opportunity to do so. Hence, despite any title the kings of Assyria had over Judah through conquest, God helped Hezekiah overthrow the dominion of that conquering empire. The Lord was with Hezekiah, and he prospered. Therefore, he rebelled against the king of Assyria and did not serve him. 2 Kings 18. 7. It is clear that shaking off a power, which is established by force and not by right, may be called rebellion, but it is not an offense before God. In fact, God allows and supports it. Even promises and covenants obtained through force are not binding. It is highly probable, to anyone who reads the story of Ahaz and Hezekiah attentively, that the Assyrians subdued Ahaz, deposed him, and made Hezekiah king during his father's lifetime. Hezekiah likely agreed to do homage and pay tribute to the Assyrians during this time. Section 2. Usurpation can be seen as a foreign form of tyranny, whereas tyranny is a type of domestic conquest. The difference lies in the fact that an usurper can never have right on his side. Usurpation only changes the individuals in power, but not the forms and rules of the government. However, if the usurper extends his power beyond what rightfully belongs to the lawful rulers or governors of the Commonwealth, it becomes tyranny in addition to usurpation. In all lawful governments, the designation of those who are to rule is as natural and necessary as the form of the government itself. This designation originally comes from the people. Anarchy is akin to having no form of government at all or agreeing to a monarchical form, but failing to establish a method to designate the person who will hold power and be the monarch. Therefore, all commonwealths with an established form of government also have rules for appointing those who will have a share in public authority, and settled methods for conveying the right to them. Whoever exercises power through means other than what the laws of the community have prescribed has no right to be obeyed, even if the form of the commonwealth is still preserved. This is because they are not the person appointed by the laws, and, consequently, not the person the people have consented to. Such an usurper, or anyone deriving power from them, can never have a legitimate title until the people are both at liberty to consent and have actually consented to allow and confirm the power they have usurped. Chapter 18. Usurpation only changes the individuals in tyranny. Section 1. Tyranny is the exercise of power beyond what is right, and no one can have a right to it. It involves using the power one possesses not for the benefit of those under it, but for one's own personal advantage. When the governor, regardless of his title, does not uphold the law but instead follows his own will, and his commands and actions are not aimed at preserving the properties of his people, but satisfying his own ambition, revenge, greed, or any other selfish desire. If one doubts this truth or reason because it comes from an obscure subject, perhaps the authority of a king will make it more believable. King James I, in his speech to the Parliament in 1603, said, "I will ever prefer the welfare of the public and the entire Commonwealth in making good laws and constitutions to any particular and private ends of mine. I believe that the wealth and welfare of the Commonwealth are my greatest well-being and worldly happiness." This is the crucial and greatest difference between a rightful king and an usurping tyrant, whereas the proud and ambitious tyrant believes that his kingdom and people exist solely to satisfy his desires and unreasonable appetites. The righteous and just king acknowledges that he is ordained to procure the wealth and property of his people. In his speech to the Parliament in 1609, King James I further emphasized that a king is bound by a double oath to observe the fundamental laws of his kingdom. Every just king, in a settled kingdom, is obligated to uphold the pact made with his people through the laws, and to shape his government accordingly, in accordance with the pact that God made with Noah after the deluge. Section 2. The difference between a king and a tyrant in the olden days. It was believed that the cycle of seasons and the passage of time were constant and unchanging. Seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night would continue without ceasing as long as the earth existed. It was understood that a king, when ruling over a stable kingdom, would cease to be a king and become a tyrant if he stopped governing according to the laws. Those kings who were not tyrants or perjurers would willingly abide by the limits set by their laws. Anyone who tried to persuade them otherwise would be seen as a viper or a pest, both to the kings and the commonwealth. A wise king understood that the difference between a king and a tyrant lay in whether they respected the laws as the boundaries of their power and governed for the good of the public, or if they allowed their own will and desires to override everything else. Section 3. Tyranny in different forms of government. It is a mistake to think that this fault is exclusive to monarchies. Other forms of government are also susceptible to tyranny. Whenever the power entrusted to govern the people and protect their properties is used for other purposes, such as impoverishing, harassing, or subduing them to the arbitrary commands of those in power, tyranny emerges. This applies whether those who abuse their power are one person or many. Examples of this can be found in history, such as the 30 tyrants in Athens and the oppressive rule of the Decemviri in Rome. Section 4. The beginning of tyranny. Tyranny begins where the law ends. When the law is violated to the detriment of others, and those in authority exceed the power granted to them, using force to achieve what the law forbids, they cease to be legitimate magistrates. In such cases, they may be opposed just like any other person who forcibly invades the rights of another. This principle applies to subordinate magistrates as well. If someone with the authority to arrest me in the street tries to break into my house to execute a writ, I have the right to resist them as a thief and a robber, even if they have a legal warrant. This principle should apply to the highest magistrate as well. It is not reasonable that the eldest brother, simply because he has the largest share of his father's estate, should have the right to take away his younger brother's portions. Similarly, a wealthy man who owns a whole country should not have the right to seize the cottage and garden of his poor neighbor. The possession of great power and wealth, far surpassing that of most people, is not an excuse, but rather an aggravation for rapine and oppression. Those who exceed the limits of their authority are no more justified in doing so than petty officers or constables. In fact, their actions are even worse because they are entrusted with more power, have greater advantages in education, employment, and counsel, and are expected to have a better understanding of right and wrong. Section 5. Can the commands of a prince be opposed? The question arises, can the commands of a prince be opposed? Can he be resisted whenever someone feels aggrieved and believes their rights have been violated? Some argue that this would lead to anarchy and confusion, undermining all forms of government and order. However, the answer is that force should only be opposed with force when it is unjust and unlawful. Anyone who opposes authority in any other case invites just condemnation from both God and man. Therefore, there is no danger or confusion that would result from such opposition. Section 6. The sacredness of the person of the prince in some countries. The person of the prince is considered sacred by law. Whatever the prince commands or does, his person is free from question or violence. He is not subject to force, judicial censure, or condemnation. However, opposition can be made to the illegal acts of any inferior officer or anyone acting on behalf of the prince. Unless the prince actively puts himself in a state of war with his people, dissolving the government and leaving them to defend themselves in a state of nature, no danger or confusion will arise. The sacredness of the prince's person ensures that he is protected from harm and violence while the government is intact. This is a wise constitution because the harm that a prince can do in his own person is unlikely to happen often or extend far. A prince, even if willing to subvert the laws and oppress the people, does not have the single strength to do so. The inconvenience of occasional mischiefs that may occur when a rash prince comes to power is outweighed by the peace and security provided to the public through the immunity of the chief magistrate. It is safer for a few individuals to occasionally suffer than for the head of the republic to be easily exposed to danger on slight occasions. Section 7. The limitations of the king's privilege. Firstly, it is important to note that the privilege of immunity belongs solely to the king's person. However, this does not mean that those who use unjust force under the pretense of a commission from the king cannot be questioned, opposed, or resisted. The law does not authorize such actions, as evident in the case of someone with the king's writ to arrest a person. Although this writ is a full commission from the king, it does not grant the authority to break into someone's house or execute the command in certain days or places. These limitations are set by the law, and if anyone exceeds them, the king's commission does not excuse them. The king's authority is derived solely from the law, and he cannot empower anyone to act against the law or justify their actions through his commission. A commission or command from a magistrate without proper authority is as void and insignificant as that of any private individual. The difference lies in the fact that a magistrate has some authority, while a private individual has none at all. It is not the commission itself, but the authority that grants the right to act, and there can be no authority against the laws. However, even in the face of resistance, the king's person and authority remain secure, posing no danger to the governor or the government. Section 8. The lawfulness of resisting unlawful exercises of power. Secondly, even in a government where the person of the chief magistrate is not considered sacred, the doctrine of resisting unlawful exercises of power does not pose an immediate threat to the governor or the government. When the injured party can seek relief and have their damages repaired through the legal system, there is no justification for the use of force. Force should only be employed when a person is denied the opportunity to appeal to the law. Hostile force is only present when there is no remedy through legal means. It is this force that puts the person using it in a state of war and justifies resistance. For example, if a person with a sword demands my purse on the highway, even if I have very little money, I have the right to lawfully defend myself and kill that person. On the other hand, if I entrust someone with £100 temporarily and they refuse to return it, resorting to force to defend their possession, I do not have the right to harm them. The harm caused by the latter individual is much greater than the former, but the difference lies in the immediate threat to life. In the first scenario, I do not have the time to appeal to the law to protect my life, but in the second scenario, my life is not in danger, and I can seek legal reparation for the £100. Section 9. Resisting manifest acts of tyranny hurriedly, even if the unlawful acts committed by the magistrate are supported by the power they hold and obstruct the legal remedy, the right to resist, even in cases of clear tyranny, will not easily disrupt the government on slight occasions. If these acts only affect a few individuals, although they have the right to defend themselves and reclaim what was taken through unlawful means, they are unlikely to engage in a contest where they are certain to perish. It is as impossible for a small group of oppressed individuals to disturb the government when the majority of the people do not see themselves as involved, as it is for a raving madman or a discontented troublemaker to overthrow a well-established state. The people are not inclined to follow either of them. Section 10. When resistance becomes inevitable, however, if these illegal acts extend to the majority of the people or if the oppression threatens all, with the precedent and consequences indicating that their laws, estates, liberties, lives, and even their religion are in danger, it is difficult to prevent them from resisting the illegal force used against them. This is an inherent inconvenience that accompanies all governments when the governors are widely suspected by the people. It is the most dangerous situation they can find themselves in, and they are less deserving of pity because it is easily avoidable. If a governor genuinely seeks the good of the people and the preservation of their laws, it is impossible for him not to make them see and feel it, just as a father cannot hide his love and care for his children. Section 11. Signs of tyranny. Lastly, if the world witnesses pretenses and actions that contradict each other, if there are deliberate attempts to evade the law and abuse the trust of prerogative, which is the discretionary power granted to the prince to do good, not harm to the people, if the ministers and subordinate magistrates are chosen based on their alignment with these purposes and are favored or cast aside accordingly, if arbitrary power is experimented with and religion, despite public proclamations against it, is secretly favored and supported, then it becomes clear which direction things are heading. If a long series of actions consistently point in that direction, how can one prevent themselves from being persuaded of the impending danger and from considering ways to protect themselves? It is as impossible as for a passenger on a ship to deny that the captain is steering them towards Algiers when all evidence suggests it, despite temporary deviations due to adverse winds, leaks, and lack of resources. Chapter 19. The Dissolution of Government. Section 1. The distinction between the dissolution of society and government. To discuss the dissolution of government clearly, it is important to differentiate between the dissolution of society and the dissolution of government. The formation of a community and the transition from a state of nature to a political society occur through the agreement of individuals to come together as one body, creating a distinct commonwealth. The primary way in which this union is dissolved is through the invasion of foreign forces, resulting in conquest. In such cases, when the society is unable to maintain itself as a united and independent entity, the union that held the body together ceases to exist. Consequently, each individual returns to their previous state and is free to seek safety and form a new society as they see fit. When the society dissolves, the government of that society cannot continue to exist. Conquerors often destroy governments and fragment societies, separating the subdued or scattered population from the protection and dependence on the society that should have safeguarded them from harm. This method of dissolving governments is well known and widely condemned, so there is no need to elaborate further. It is evident that when the society dissolves, the government cannot remain, just as it is impossible for a house to stand when its materials are scattered or jumbled. Section 2. Internal dissolution of governments can also be dissolved from within. Firstly, when there are alterations in the legislative branch. Civil society is a state of peace among its members, and the state of war is excluded through the establishment of a legislative body that resolves disputes. The legislative branch is what unites and binds the members of a commonwealth into a cohesive and living entity. It is the essence that gives form, life, and unity to the commonwealth. Through the legislative, the members exert mutual influence, sympathy, and connection. Therefore, when the legislative is broken or dissolved, the dissolution and death of the government follow suit. Since the society's essence and unity rely on having one will, the legislative, once established by the majority, has the authority to declare and uphold that will. The constitution of the legislative is the fundamental act of society that ensures the continuation of their union under the guidance of individuals and laws authorized by the consent and appointment of the people. Without this authorization, no individual or group has the authority to make laws binding on others. When someone assumes the power to make laws without the people's appointment, those laws lack authority, and the people are not obligated to obey them. Consequently, they become free from subjection and have the liberty to establish a new legislative body as they see fit, with the right to resist any force imposed upon them by those without authority. When those who were delegated by the society to declare the public will are excluded and replaced by others without such authority or delegation, each individual is left to their own will. Section 3. The form of government and its dissolution. Determining who is responsible for the dissolution of government is difficult without understanding the form of government in which it occurs. Let us consider a form of government where the legislative power is vested in three distinct entities. 1. A single hereditary person with supreme executive power, including the power to convene and dissolve the other two entities within specific time periods. 2. An assembly of hereditary nobility. And 3. An assembly of representatives chosen by the people for a temporary period. In this hypothetical form of government, it becomes evident that Section 4. Changing the legislative. Firstly, when a single person or prince replaces the laws, which represent the will of the society declared by the legislative, with their own arbitrary will, the legislative is changed. The legislative, in practice, is the body responsible for executing and enforcing the rules and laws that must be obeyed. When other laws are introduced and enforced, and different rules are proclaimed, contrary to what the legislative established by the society has enacted, it is evident that the legislative has changed. Anyone who introduces new laws without authorization from the society's fundamental appointment or undermines existing laws disowns and overturns the power by which those laws were made, thus establishing a new legislative. Section 5. Hindering the legislative. Secondly, when the prince obstructs the legislative from convening in a timely manner or from acting freely in pursuit of the society's best interests, the legislative is altered. The mere presence of a certain number of individuals or their assembly does not constitute the legislative unless they have the freedom to debate and the opportunity to perfect what is beneficial for the society. If these conditions are compromised or altered in a way that deprives the society of exercising its power properly, the legislative is genuinely changed. Governments are not defined by names alone, but by the utilization and exercise of the powers intended to accompany them. Therefore, anyone who restricts the freedom or hinders the legislative from acting within its designated periods effectively abolishes the legislative and terminates the government. Section 6. Thirdly, when the prince, without the consent and against the common interest of the people, changes the electors or ways of election, the legislative is also altered. If those chosen are not authorized by the society or chosen in the prescribed manner, they are not the legislative appointed by the people. Section 7. Fourthly, if the prince or the legislative delivers the people into the subjection of a foreign power, it is a change of the legislative and a dissolution of the government. The purpose of entering into society is to preserve an independent society governed by its own laws. This purpose is lost when the people are given up to another power. Section 8. The dissolution of the government in these cases is to be blamed on the prince because he has the force, wealth, and offices of the state at his disposal. He can make significant advances towards such changes under the pretense of lawful authority and can intimidate or suppress opponents. In this form of government, the prince has the power to dissolve the other parts of the legislative, rendering them private individuals. Without his consent, they cannot alter the legislative through a law. However, any other part of the legislative or the people that contribute to or do not hinder such attempts on the government are guilty and participate in the greatest crime that individuals can commit against each other. Section 9. There is one more way in which such a government can be dissolved, and that is when the person with supreme executive power neglects and abandons that responsibility, rendering the existing laws unenforceable. This leads to anarchy and effectively dissolves the government. Laws exist not for themselves, but to be enforced and maintain order in society. When the administration of justice ceases, and there is no remaining power to provide for the necessities of the public, there is no government left. A government without laws is inconceivable and inconsistent with human society. Section 10. In these cases, when the government is dissolved, the people are free to establish a new legislative that differs from the previous one in terms of individuals, form, or both, in order to ensure their safety and well-being. The society never loses its inherent right to preserve itself, even if the fault lies with another. This can only be achieved through a stable legislative and the fair execution of the laws made by it. However, the state of mankind is not so miserable that they cannot use this remedy until it is too late. To tell people to establish a new legislative when their old one is already gone due to oppression, deceit, or foreign control is to offer relief when it is too late and the damage is irreversible. This is essentially telling them to first become slaves and then look after their liberty, which is more like mockery than actual relief. People can never be secure from tyranny if there is no means of escape until they are completely under its control. Therefore, they not only have the right to escape tyranny, but also to prevent it. Section 11. Secondly, governments are dissolved when the legislative or the prince acts contrary to their trust. The legislative acts against the trust placed in them when they attempt to seize the property of the subjects and make themselves or any part of the community masters or arbitrary controllers of the lives, liberties, or fortunes of the people. Section 12. The reason why individuals enter into society is to preserve their property. They choose and authorize a legislative so that laws can be made and rules can be established to protect the properties of all members of society and limit the power of every part and member of the society. It can never be assumed that the society wills for the legislative to have the power to destroy what they seek to secure by entering into society. Therefore, when the legislators attempt to take away or destroy the people's property or reduce them to slavery under arbitrary power, they enter into a state of war with the people. The people are then absolved from any further obedience and are left with the common refuge provided by God against force and violence. Section 13. The breach of trust. The legislative's abuse of power whenever the legislative branch of government oversteps its boundaries and tries to seize absolute control over the people's lives, freedoms, and property due to ambition, fear, foolishness, or corruption, they betray the trust placed in them. In doing so, they forfeit their power and it reverts back to the people. The people then have the right to reclaim their original freedom and establish a new legislative body that will ensure their safety and security, which is the purpose of society. Section 14. The Supreme Executor's betrayal. The same principles apply to the Supreme Executor, who has a dual responsibility in both the legislative and the execution of laws. When the Supreme Executor attempts to impose their own will as the law of the land, they violate both of their roles. They also betray their trust when they use the force, resources, and positions of the society to corrupt the representatives and manipulate the election process. By doing so, they undermine the very foundation of public security. Section 15. The importance of free choice. The people have reserved the right to choose their representatives as a safeguard for their own property. They do so with the expectation that their representatives will act freely and provide advice based on the needs of the Commonwealth and the public good. Those who vote without considering the debate and weighing the arguments are incapable of fulfilling this responsibility. Any attempt to manipulate the election process and impose candidates who support the rulers will is a clear breach of trust and a threat to the government. Section 16. The abuse of power and perverted law. When rewards and punishments are used to further the ruler's agenda, and when perverted laws are employed to eliminate those who oppose this agenda, it becomes evident that the government is being subverted. Those who misuse their power in such a manner cannot be trusted. They have shown their true intentions and have proven themselves unworthy of the power entrusted to them. Section 17. The stability of government. The people's reluctance for change. Contrary to popular belief, people are not easily swayed to abandon their existing forms of government. They are hesitant to address even the acknowledged flaws in their established systems. Whether these flaws are inherent or have been introduced over time, changing them is a difficult task, even when everyone recognizes the need for it. Throughout history, despite numerous revolutions, the people of this kingdom have always returned to their traditional legislative body of king, lords, and commons. Even when the crown has been removed from certain rulers, the people have never gone so far as to establish an entirely different line of government. Section 18. Rebellion and mismanagement. Some may argue that this hypothesis sets the stage for frequent rebellions. However, this is not unique to this hypothesis. When people are oppressed and subjected to arbitrary power, they will eventually rise up against their governors, regardless of their supposed divine authority. This is a natural response to mistreatment and a desire to rid themselves of the burdens imposed upon them. Examples of such rebellions can be found throughout history and across various types of governments. Section 19. The trigger for revolution. Revolutions do not occur due to minor mismanagement of public affairs. The people are willing to endure mistakes and inconvenient laws without protest. However, when a long series of abuses, deceptions, and manipulations consistently lead to the same outcome, the people become aware of the underlying design and the oppressive conditions they are subjected to. In such cases, it is not surprising that they would rise up and seek to place power in the hands of those who will secure the original purpose of government. Without this, the mere existence of ancient names and superficial forms of government is worse than the state of nature or complete anarchy. The inconveniences remain the same, but the remedy becomes more distant and challenging. Section 20. Thirdly, I would like to address the notion that the people have the power to establish a new legislative body in order to ensure their safety when their current legislators have acted against their trust by violating their property. This concept serves as a strong deterrent against rebellion and is the most effective means to prevent it. Rebellion is not in opposition to individuals, but rather to authority, which is solely based on the constitutions and laws of the government. Therefore, those who forcefully break these laws and justify their actions are truly rebels. When individuals enter into society and civil government, they renounce the use of force and establish laws to protect their property, maintain peace, and foster unity. Those who reintroduce force and oppose these laws are essentially bringing back a state of war and are rightfully considered rebels. Those in power, due to their authority, access to force, and the flattery of those around them, are most likely to engage in such rebellion. The most effective way to prevent this evil is to make them aware of the dangers and injustices involved, as they are the ones most tempted to engage in rebellion. Section 21. In both of the aforementioned cases, when either the legislative body is changed or the legislators act against the purpose for which they were established, those who are guilty are committing acts of rebellion. If someone forcibly removes the established legislative body of a society and the laws created by them in accordance with their trust, they are essentially eliminating the mechanism for peaceful resolution of disputes and preventing a state of war among the people. By removing or changing the legislative body, they take away the authority that can only be granted by the people's consent. In doing so, they introduce a state of war that relies solely on force without legitimate authority. Therefore, by removing the legislative body established by the society, they unravel the social contract and expose the people once again to a state of war. Moreover, if those who use force to remove the legislative body are considered rebels, then the legislators themselves, as previously explained, should also be deemed rebels when they, who were entrusted with protecting the people's liberties and properties, forcefully invade and attempt to take them away. By doing so, they enter into a state of war with those who appointed them as protectors and guardians of their peace, making them proper and highly aggravated rebels. Section 22. However, if those who argue that this doctrine promotes rebellion mean that it may lead to civil wars or internal conflicts by informing the people that they are absolved from obedience when their liberties or properties are illegally violated, and that they may resist the unlawful actions of their magistrates, they are essentially claiming that this doctrine should not be allowed as it disrupts world peace. This argument is akin to saying that honest individuals should not oppose robbers or pirates because it may result in disorder or bloodshed. If any harm arises in such situations, it should not be blamed on the person defending their rights, but on the one who invades their neighbor's rights. If innocent and honest individuals are expected to relinquish all they possess for the sake of peace to those who forcefully take it, one must consider the kind of peace that would exist in a world built on violence and plunder, solely benefiting robbers and oppressors. Who would consider it a desirable peace between the powerful and the weak if the lamb, without resistance, willingly offered its throat to be torn by the commanding wolf? Polyphemus's Den provides a perfect example of such a peace in government, where Ulysses and his companions had no choice but to passively accept being devoured. Undoubtedly, Ulysses, being a prudent man, preached passive obedience and urged them to submit quietly, emphasizing the importance of peace for humanity and warning of the potential consequences if they were to resist Polyphemus, who held power over them. Section 23. The purpose of government is the welfare of mankind. Which is more beneficial for mankind, to subject the people to the unlimited will of tyranny, or to allow the rulers to be occasionally opposed when they abuse their power and use it to destroy rather than preserve the properties of the people? Section 24. Furthermore, let no one claim that harm will arise whenever a restless or turbulent individual desires a change in government. It is true that such individuals may attempt to stir up trouble whenever they please, but they will only bring about their own ruin and destruction. Until the harm becomes widespread and the ruler's malicious intentions become evident or their actions are felt by the majority, the people, who are more inclined to endure suffering than to seek justice through resistance, are unlikely to rise up. The isolated instances of injustice or oppression against a few unfortunate individuals do not incite them to action. However, if they universally believe, based on clear evidence, that their liberties are under threat and the general course of events strongly suggests the ill intentions of their governors, who should be blamed for their suspicions? Who can prevent it when those who could have avoided it create circumstances that invite such suspicions? Are the people to blame if they possess the rational capacity to perceive things as they truly are? Shouldn't the blame lie with those who have orchestrated the situation to be perceived in a certain way? It is true that the pride, ambition, and disruptive nature of certain individuals have caused great disorder in commonwealths, and factions have proven fatal to states and kingdoms. Section 25. The origins of disorder. Introduction. In determining the cause of disorder, whether it arises from the people's recklessness and desire to overthrow the authority of their rulers, or from the ruler's arrogance and attempts to exercise arbitrary power over their subjects, it is best left to impartial historians to decide. However, what is certain is that anyone, be it a ruler or a subject, who attempts to forcefully invade the rights of either the prince or the people, and thereby lays the foundation for the destruction of a just government, is guilty of committing a grave crime. This crime, in my opinion, is the most heinous that a person can commit, as it is responsible for the bloodshed, plunder, and devastation that result from the collapse of governments. The individual who commits such an act is rightly considered the common enemy and scourge of mankind, and should be treated accordingly. Section 26. Resistance against foreigners and subjects. It is widely agreed upon that subjects or foreigners who try to seize the property of a people by force may be resisted with force. However, there has been recent denial of the notion that magistrates who engage in the same behavior may be resisted. This denial suggests that those who enjoy the greatest privileges and advantages under the law also possess the power to violate those very laws that have placed them in a superior position compared to their fellow citizens. This offense is all the more egregious as it demonstrates ingratitude for the greater share they have obtained through the law, and a betrayal of the trust bestowed upon them by their brethren. Section 27. The right to self-defense. Whoever uses force without justification, as is the case in society when force is used without legal authority, enters into a state of war with those against whom the force is directed. In this state of war, all previous bonds are dissolved, all other rights cease to exist, and everyone has the right to defend themselves and resist the aggressor. This principle is so evident that even Berkeley, a staunch advocate for the power and sanctity of kings, is compelled to acknowledge that, in certain circumstances, it is lawful for the people to resist their king. This admission is made in a chapter where he attempts to argue that divine law prohibits rebellion in any form. Thus, it is evident from his own teachings that not all resistance against princes can be considered rebellion. His words are as follows: if someone were to ask, must the people then always subject themselves to the cruelty and rage of tyranny? Must they witness their cities being plundered and reduced to ashes, their wives and children exposed to the lust and fury of the tyrant, and themselves and their families brought to ruin and subjected to the miseries of want and oppression, all while remaining passive? Must men alone be deprived of the common privilege of defending themselves with force, a privilege that nature grants to all other creatures for their protection against harm? I would answer, self-defense is a natural right and cannot be denied to the community, even against the king himself. However, seeking revenge against the king must by no means be allowed, as it goes against the natural law. Therefore, if the king displays hatred not only towards certain individuals, but also towards the entire body of the commonwealth, of which he is the head, and if he tyrannizes over the whole or a significant portion of the people with intolerable cruelty, the people have the right to resist and defend themselves from harm. However, they must do so with the understanding that they are only defending themselves and not attacking their prince. They may seek redress for the injustices they have suffered, but they must not exceed the bounds of due reverence and respect, regardless of any provocation. They may repel the immediate aggression but should not seek vengeance for past wrongs. It is natural for us to protect our lives and bodies, but for an inferior to punish a superior goes against nature. The people may prevent the harm intended for them before it occurs, but once it has been done, they must not seek retribution against the king, even if he is the perpetrator of the crime. This privilege, therefore, belongs to the people as a whole, surpassing that of any individual, who, according to our adversaries, with the exception of Buchanan, have no other recourse but patience. However, the body of the people may, with respect, resist intolerable tyranny. As long as it remains within moderate bounds, they should endure it. Section 28. The limits of resistance. So far, this strong advocate of monarchical power allows for resistance. However, he adds two limitations that serve no purpose. First, he says resistance must be done with reverence. Second, it must be done without retribution or punishment, because an inferior cannot punish a superior. But how does one resist force without striking back or strike with reverence? It is not clear. If someone were to oppose an assault only with a shield to receive the blows or in a more respectful posture without a weapon to defend themselves, their resistance would quickly come to an end. Such a defense would only invite worse treatment. This way of resisting is as ridiculous as Juvenal thought it was for fighting. When you strike, I only get beaten. The outcome of such an imaginary resistance, where one may not strike back, will always be the same. Therefore, if one has the right to resist, they must be allowed to strike. Our author or anyone else can join a knock on the head or a cut on the face with as much reverence and respect as they see fit. If someone can reconcile blows and reverence, they may desire a civil and respectful beating wherever they can find it. Section 29. The superior cannot be punished. As for the second limitation, it is true that an inferior cannot punish a superior, generally speaking, while the superior still holds their position. However, in a state of war where force is met with force, the parties involved are on equal footing. This cancels any previous relationship of reverence, respect, and superiority. The only remaining difference is that the one who opposes the unjust aggressor has the superiority of having the right to punish the offender, both for the breach of peace and all the subsequent harm that follows. In another place, Berkeley denies the lawfulness of resisting a king in any case. But he does mention 2 cases in which a king may cease to be a king. His words are as follows. Section 30. 2 cases in which a king ceases to be a king. What then? Can there be no case in which the people may, by their own authority, help themselves, take up arms, and attack their king, who is imperiously domineering over them? None at all, as long as he remains a king. Honor the king, and he that resists the power, resists the ordinance of God, are divine oracles that will never permit it. Therefore, the people can never have power over him unless he does something that makes him cease to be a king. In that case, he divests himself of his crown and dignity and returns to the state of a private individual. The people become free and superior, and the power they had during the interregnum, before they crowned him king, is restored to them. However, there are only a few misdeeds that bring about this situation. After considering it thoroughly, I can only find 2 such cases. 2 cases, I say, in which a king ipso facto ceases to be a king and loses all power and regal authority over his people. These cases are also mentioned by Windsorus. The first case is if the king attempts to overthrow the government, as Nero is said to have done when he decided to eliminate the Roman Senate and people, lay waste to the city with fire and sword, and seek a new place to rule. Section 31. Client state and alienation of power. The second case is if the king places himself under the protection of another and surrenders the kingdom, which was handed down to him as a free gift from his ancestors and the people, to the dominion of a foreign power. In this case, even if the king does not intend to harm the people, he loses the most important aspect of royal dignity, which is to be the highest authority in the kingdom, second only to God, and to have power over the entire people, even if they are unaware or unwilling, whose liberty he should have preserved and protected. By subjecting them to the rule and power of another nation, he, in a way, alienates the kingdom, so that he no longer retains the authority he had within the kingdom nor transfers any rights to the one to whom he wanted to bestow it. Thus, by this action, he leaves the people free and under their own power, as if the lord of a servant had abandoned his dominion. Section 32. The limitations of kingship. Kings who plot against their people. Caligula openly declared that he no longer wished to be a leader for the people or the Senate. He had plans to eliminate the most worthy individuals from both ranks and then retreat to Alexandria. He even expressed a desire for the people to have only one neck, so he could eliminate them all at once. When a king harbors such designs and actively promotes them, he abandons all care and thought for the commonwealth. As a result, he forfeits the power to govern his subjects, just as a master loses control over slaves he has abandoned. Section 33. Kings who surrender their kingdoms. Another case is when a king makes himself dependent on another and subjects his kingdom, which was entrusted to him by his ancestors and the free people, to the dominion of a foreign nation. While it may not be his intention to harm the people, he loses the main part of his regal dignity, which is to be supreme in his kingdom under God. Additionally, he betrays or coerces his people, whose liberty he should have protected, into the power and dominion of a foreign nation. By alienating his kingdom in this way, he loses his power without transferring any rights to those whom he intended to bestow it upon. Thus, he sets the people free and leaves them to their own devices. An example of this can be found in the Scottish Annals. Section 34. Resistance against kings. In these cases, even Berkeley, a staunch advocate for absolute monarchy, is forced to admit that a king may be resisted and ceases to be a king. In other words, wherever a king lacks authority, he is no longer a king and can be resisted. When authority ceases, so does kingship, and the king becomes like any other person without authority. Though Berkeley fails to mention the breach of trust as the underlying principle, it is clear that the neglect of the public good and the preservation of property are sufficient causes for resistance. When a king dethrones himself and enters into a state of war with his people, there is nothing to prevent them from prosecuting him as they would any other person who has declared war against them. Berkeley, and those who share his opinion, should acknowledge this. Berkeley further acknowledges that the people may prevent the mischief that is intended for them, even before it is carried out. He recognizes that when a king harbors and promotes such designs, he abandons all care and thought for the commonwealth. Therefore, according to Berkeley, the neglect of the public good is evidence of such designs, or at least a sufficient cause for resistance. The reason for this, as he states, is that the king betrays or coerces his people, whose liberty he should have protected. The distinction of the foreign nation to which they are subjected is irrelevant. The fault lies in the loss of their liberty, which the king should have preserved. The invasion of the people's rights and the loss of their liberty are the true injuries, and they have the right to defend against them. Examples from various countries demonstrate that it is not the change of nations in the persons of their governors, but the change of government itself, that is offensive. Even Bilson, a bishop of our church and a strong supporter of royal power and prerogative, acknowledges in his treatise on Christian subjection that princes may forfeit their power and their title to the obedience of their subjects. If authority is needed in a case where reason is so clear, one can refer to Bracton, Fortescue, the author of the Mirror, and other writers who are knowledgeable about our government and not its enemies. Hooker alone should be sufficient to satisfy those who rely on him for their ecclesiastical polity but deny the principles upon which he builds it. Whether they are being manipulated by more cunning individuals to dismantle their own system, they should consider. Their civil policy is so new, dangerous, and destructive to both rulers and people that previous generations could not tolerate its introduction. It is hoped that future generations, freed from the influence of these oppressive taskmasters, will abhor the memory of such servile flatterers who, in order to serve their own interests, reduce all government to absolute tyranny and believe that all men are born for the slavery that suits their mean souls. Section 35. The Judgment of the People. Who shall judge the actions of the prince or legislature? The common question that arises is, who shall judge whether the prince or legislature acts contrary to their trust? Ill-intentioned and factious individuals may spread this question among the people, even when the prince is only exercising his rightful prerogative. To this, I reply that the people shall be the judge. Just as individuals have the power to judge whether their trustee or deputy acts in accordance with the trust placed in them, the people, who have delegated their power, must also have the power to dismiss them when they fail in their trust. If this is reasonable in private cases, why should it be any different in matters of the utmost importance, where the welfare of millions is at stake and where the harm, if not prevented, is greater and the remedy very difficult, costly, and dangerous? Section 36. The Question of Judgment. The existence of a judge, the question of who shall be the judge, cannot imply that there is no judge at all. In cases where there is no earthly judicature to settle disputes among men, God in heaven serves as the judge. He alone has the authority to judge what is right. However, every individual is also the judge for themselves, just as in any other situation. This includes determining whether someone has entered into a state of war with them and whether they should appeal to the supreme judge, as Jephthah did. Section 37. Controversy between a prince and the people in the event of a dispute between a prince and some of the people, regarding a matter where the law is silent or unclear, and the matter is of great importance, I believe that the body of the people should serve as the proper arbitrator. In cases where the prince has been entrusted with power and is exempt from the ordinary rules of the law, if any individuals feel aggrieved and believe that the prince is acting contrary to or beyond that trust, who better to judge than the body of the people who initially placed that trust in him? However, if the prince or those in power reject this method of resolution, the only recourse is to appeal to heaven. When there is no known superior on earth or the possibility of appealing to an earthly judge, it is essentially a state of war, and the appeal can only be made to heaven. In such a state, the injured party must decide for themselves when they choose to make use of this appeal and submit themselves to it. Section 38. The power of the society and the legislative. To conclude, the power that each individual gives to the society upon entering it can never be returned to the individuals as long as the society exists. Instead, it will always remain with the community. This is because without this power, there can be no community or commonwealth, which goes against the original agreement. Similarly, when the society has entrusted the legislative power to a particular assembly of men, with the intention that it continues in them and their successors, along with directions and authority for appointing new successors. The legislative power can never revert to the people as long as the government endures. By granting the legislative power to continue indefinitely, the people have relinquished their political power to the legislative and cannot take it back. However, if they have set limits on the duration of the legislative power or made it temporary, or if it is forfeited due to the misconduct of those in authority, then upon forfeiture or the expiration of the designated time, the power reverts to the society. In such cases, the people have the right to act as the supreme power and either continue the legislative within themselves or establish a new form of government or place it in new hands, as they see fit. The Facilitator. Synopsis. The evolution of AI translation and summarization. The purpose is to explore the growth and potential of artificial intelligence, the language model, ChatGPT version GPT 3.5 Turbo 16K. The goal was to leverage AI to translate Old English text into modern English to chronicle the progress of AI over time. The facilitator Sir Adam S. Barnett used ChatGPT to create the program that transcribed the text. He began by providing ChatGPT with a public domain version of the original text, divided into chunks for efficient processing. Unlike traditional sentence or paragraph structure, ChatGPT's translation was not limited by such boundaries. Its focus was solely on converting the Old English text into a more accessible modern English for contemporary readers. Recognizing the limitations of AI's capacity to handle extensive volumes of text, the facilitator decided to translate in chunks. This approach ensured a manageable scope for accurate analysis and evaluation. Having no programming experience, the facility had ChatGPT create a program in Python that can read the whole text and perform the translation in chunks. The facilitator sought to capture the essence of Locke's original work while monitoring the evolving capabilities of ChatGPT over time. The facilitator's overarching objective is to document and comprehend the advancements in AI translation and how later versions of ChatGPT would approach and interpret the original text. This endeavor is aimed at shedding light on the ever-evolving nature of artificial intelligence, providing valuable insights into its progress, strengths, and potential limitations, and even manipulation. With this endeavor, the facilitator, Sir Adam S. Barnett, sought to bridge the gap between the past and the present, combining the wisdom of Locke's two treatises Old English text with the ingenuity of the present, fostering a unique collaboration that holds the promise of unraveling the mysteries of both ancient philosophy and artificial intelligence. The following is the exact request the facilitator asked of ChatGPT for translating the text from Old English to modern American English. Role, system, content. Translate the following text from Old English to modern American English. Keep the context the same, change sentence structure as needed to modernize it. Use correct grammar. Start a new paragraph for new ideas. Using the same chapter and numbering system as the original text. If a language other than English is detected, rewrite it exactly as it's written within its own paragraph and quotes. Do not change people's names, location, and places. The facilitator then changed the chapter numbering system from Roman numerals to the modern numbering system and also renumbered sections for each chapter. To make it easier for the reader to quote a sentence or paragraph from the text. The following shows which ChatGPT model was used. Model equals GPT 3.5 Turbo 16K. Messages equals messages. Max_tokens equals 4096. ChatGPT tokens are the basic units of text that ChatGPT uses to understand and generate natural language. Temperature equals 0.5. ChatGPT temperature is a parameter that controls randomness or creativity of the text generated. Ranges from 0 to 1, with 1 being the most creative. The facilitator hopes you have enjoyed reading this philosophical gem just as much as he enjoyed facilitating the modern translation of it.